Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario. Hello, Mario.
It's Tiffy time.
Hello, Mario.
Welcome everyone to the Long Boy Zone, and I'm sitting on the ground. Hold on a second. Hi. Oh, my mask. Okay, there you go. Good. Hi, my name's Giraffe Sev. I'm the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat, who literally just left the room. Tonight, I am joined once again by my friend Nelson. How are you, man?
Hey guys, K947 aka Wolfkin here. I'm doing alright. It is really cold where I am though. Holy
shit, I forgot to add you to the stream title. Give me a second. There you go.
How many times is that now?
That's probably a few times because I usually do streams on my own, so yeah. But no. Tonight we're continuing on with our adventures through Yakuza Like a Dragon. We were just talking about Godzilla before the stream started, and how his skin is almost in Fortnite in like 2 weeks-ish. And the first thing I'm doing when I see him is I'm putting him in the Jordans. Oh. That's the very first thing I'm doing. Godzilla's gonna get busy from like second one.
The one thing that threw me for a loop is now the power armor can be put in Jordans, and I'm like, this is the worst thing ever. This is actually like...
You know what? We got some time. We usually do a pre-stream. let's take a small detour and go through my list of skins and see which ones fit the Jordans and see how stupid they are. This is genuinely one of my favorite pastimes, Nelson, whenever I'm on stream playing Fortnite, like with Blue and stuff like that. We just like going through our lockers and just seeing how Jordans and just kicks in general look on certain skins, you know?
Mark goes to the chat just like, is there remember Godzilla wore his shoes as cannon? He was
balling. He fucking got busy, dude. That's how the comic went. It said Godzilla got busy.
Godzilla balling, but at what cost?
My V-Bucks. Also, hi Dan, hi Mark, hello Doom Slayer, hello One Ponytail, hello Patch, and hi Nelson. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting here live from the Long Boy Zone, where we are going to be continuing Yakuza here in just a bit. I thought that since we've been focusing so hard on the story for the past couple of streams, that it would be a good idea for us to focus a bit more on the side stuff. Because really, that's what you play Yakuza for, right? I mean, Pat said it like right at the beginning. Like, the best part about Yakuza is the sub-stories and the stuff you can get into. So
you're not wrong.
So we're going to be focusing predominantly on that and the mini games on this stream. If there's anything that we can find, because I've yet to really find too much. But then again, we've just been focusing on the plot.
Yeah, because the ones that we tried exploring around, you nearly got your ass kicked.
Yeah, exactly. But we did it. We did it, Nelson. How about that? And I also didn't die to a car. Ichiban is literally invincible.
That part, I'm still that is still in my head rent-free right now. You just crossed the fucking screen and got destroyed.
I didn't even see it coming. Like for the first one, I ran into it because I was curious. And then, like, I was just like, I jumped the rail, and I was like, oh, fuck. it just came in from, like, off frame. It literally came in off frame.
That's all, like, this is why you look both ways. This is exactly why you always look both ways before you cross the road.
But no. We're going to have a little bit of a pre-show just to let everybody get in. And during that pre-show, we're going to take a small detour. Because I already have Yakuza booted up, but Nelson put the idea in my head.
Oh,
so
God.
We're gonna close Yakuza. I'm gonna mute the game so that way I can get some royalty-free music, or I can get some music that's not gonna get me claimed on here.
I mean, I don't blame you.
Hold on just a second.
The amount of licensed music in Fortnite is incredible. I'm glad there's an option now where you could just have it that either you can have it off completely, or only that you can hear your own stuff.
Yeah, like I enjoy that, you know, Fortnite won't claim you for like using the original tracks, but for stuff like I can't have Paramore playing on the stream chat. It just can't happen. So I need to take that off. I need to like mute that.
Not joking. In the one video where I actually did the Rickroll dance, it got claimed.
My God. They're ruthless.
No, they are. It's awful.
Let's get No Sweatin' in here. My Wii Shop music of this game.
My Wii Shop music. Oh, I miss the Wii Shop music.
Like this track's a bop. It's one of the first ones I got when I started playing the game. From Chapter 3.
Yeah, because you did play during that time frame. That was right when they added John Cena. And I tried to buy it for you, and I sent it to the wrong fucking account.
Alright, so in order for maximum funnies, we need the elf stompers. Or rather, like, the elf helpers. And speaking of John Cena and the elf helpers.
Oh my God, that's awful.
The time is now.
Father, did you know there was a Hulk Hogan manga?
Yeah.
There's a scene where Hogan's pee-pee turns into a little snake.
I did not know that. I knew that there was a I knew that there was a Hulk Hogan manga, but I didn't know that there was one where his piss turned into a living being. That's crazy.
Dan, why do you know this?
That sounds like something Hulk Hogan would lie about, too.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Why would you do?
I was in the hotel before the Pontiac Silverdome match, and I swear to God, why am I going into Vince? And I swear to God, brother, my piss turned into it turned reptilian, Jack. It was reptilian piss, dude.
Oh my God.
Oh, that is fucked up. You wanna know what's even more fucked up, though? Where is Ochako?
I mean, do you have it in, like, there you go.
Oh, there she is. They just cut off her feet, and then they replace her boots. They replace the lower end of her boots with these.
Dude, if you have the power armor, you can see for yourself how cursed it looks with kicks on.
Oh, I know. There's a scene where Hogan's penis turns into a literal snake. Ah, well, brother, I pulled down my pants. I saw that my Johnson became reptilian in nature, dude.
Cease and desist.
My God. Okay, well, that looks fine. It looks a little goofy, but it looks but this doesn't look okay.
It makes it look like he's like his entire body is huge, but his feet are tiny.
Yeah, exactly. He has, like, his entire body is like a size 11, where his feet are a size 7.
Oh my God, size 7.
The same here with Bakugo. Like, his fucking greaves are just cut off at the feet.
Gee, there's a lot of skins that are like that.
He sweated a little too hard, and then his feet became elf helpers. Let's see. We need to find the power armor.
So that'd be the T60.
Right, yeah. Where is it? I have it, I know it. I have it. Oh wait, no, that would be in Gaming Legends.
Oh yeah, that would do. The employee with
I mean, that checks out, I feel like.
Oh, okay.
What the?
What? What?
What? Hold on a second.
Yeah, you see what I see, right?
Yeah. Give me a second.
Oh, it's a shared ban. One of those.
Give me a second here. I have some things I need to do. I have a little bit of a little something I need to do here, check. Hold on 1 second.
I still find it funny though that like when the Jordans became a thing and the employee can wear them, I literally made the joke of the employee like made quota so many times that he was finally able to afford Jordans.
Yeah, it's good. I love it. Hold on.
Oh man. I forgot to mention that was a gag manga, hence the... Again, Dan, why do you know this?
Alright, you should be okay now.
Hogan's got them fake J's, brother.
Okay, you're good to go now, BitGamer. We're sorry about that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we're sorry about that, BitGamer.
I gotta do a bit of tweaking, and also figure out some things with how to, like, ignore shared info.
Sorry.
Okay, cool. Anyways, yeah.
Hello, Mario.
The shared bit... No, like, the fucking elf helpers look fine on the employee here. They look fine on. Oh well, what? He doesn't have it. Okay,
Yeah,
but what about,
Doomslayer doesn't get it. Geralt doesn't have it.
get it? But Claire Redfield does.
It's clipping though. Look at the legs. Yeah,
Oh my
look down.
God.
Look, it's clipping.
That's scary. That's horrifying, actually.
Flash
The
gets
Flash.
The Flash fucking gets them.
Isaac Clarke.
Oh no!
What? Why doesn't Leon get them?
Leon, no.
Leon with the elf helpers is such a Leon move. Why? Okay, but does Snake do it? No.
No, but Raiden does. I'm not joking. Raiden gets the kicks.
I know. But
Look at how bad this.
look how bad. Like,
This is why I keep saying they need to add Tims to the game. Like they need to add some Timberlands. The power armor would look good in some Tims.
okay, but like it looks good. Listen. You cannot wear shoes in the power armor, chat. You cannot do it. The person that put the J's on here, that was a choice. That was like an engineering decision. You
Like
cannot
I said,
take.
if they put Tims in the game, that'll be great because it's like this guy literally decided to get rid of his feet armor, but damn, he's fresh.
I'm gonna look at the Timberland shoes real quick.
There's no Tims in the game.
No, I
wish there
know.
were.
Oh, okay, yeah, like these are like working man boots here. But no, like they're probably not gonna put it in there because like, well, you know, they're not fresh enough. But you know what is fresh?
Another fresh enough. I will come down to where you live and slap you.
Listen, I'm not saying they're not fresh enough. I'm saying that the people buying these will probably think they're not fresh enough. Holy shit.
Don't know what they're talking about.
Holy fucking shit, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That looks terrible.
America.
We need Sonic shoes, damn it. Imagine. That would be funny.
Listen, if they put in Sonic shoes, it's over. It is GG from that point forward, you know? It is a GG from that moment now. I will not be able to withstand purchasing them.
These don't look that bad, honestly. They're not for me, but these look really nice.
They don't look nice on the power armor, though.
I mean, I don't think any shoe looks good on the power armor. Let's be fucking honest.
Okay, but what about these, like, Air Force One Believe Jeroom ones? Again, you do not put the J's on when you're in the power armor. This right here is an engineering choice. Someone decided that these look good on the... Ow!
Oh, God.
Ow. Sonic collab would go hard if they give skins, songs, and more. Again, any Sonic stuff, it would just feel like it's over. It's like GG at that point, you know? But you know what would look good on the power armor? The Meow Souls. Oh my god! Okay, but like, why? Okay, but like, they go kind of hard. I'm not gonna lie. These look better than most.
Also, my friend Elizabeth, and I saw another post on Twitter literally saying, imagine if they did a Has-Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss collab.
I mean, they kind of already did that, didn't they? They have like an emote, right?
No? And
with like the axe? Or rather like the scythe?
I really think about that. And emote.
Hi, Elizabeth.
They have like a... Ow.
They brought back like a total of 3 times for a span of like.
It's semi-close.
Hello, Mario.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck exactly, Dark Raven? Exactly, Dark Raven. We're looking at what I don't even know what to consider it at this point. It's sacrilege.
See, like, I would say this fits, but I do not think that most members of Metallica know what J's are. So,
I mean, that's not surprising. I mean, hell, there's plenty of wrestlers that don't even have much knowledge when it comes to Jordans. Like, they know of them, but they've never wore a pair in their life.
well, this right here looks fine. Like, this looks like something you would see.
Hello, Mario.
So,
Oh, yeah, for sure. Hey, what's up? I ordered
Hey.
the cup, bro.
I ordered up the cup, bruv. Hey, nice. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, T-Brain. However, if they add Luna, that is gonna be my Sorry, it's gonna be my go-to skin for the longest while next to Wolfpack Packer. I am listen.
It's T61, but yeah, T61 wearing night.
Only in
Fortnite.
Again, like, this right here also makes sense.
Hello, Mario.
I demand Meow Skulls and Power Armor.
Imagine? Like, they
That would
could have
be
done
great.
so much with the Fallout collab, but they did nothing.
Yeah, they did basically nothing, but at least we got this now.
Oh my god.
Hello, Mario.
This is somehow the worst right here.
Venom and Jordans. Man,
Oh,
Yakuza looks a
welcome.
lot different than I remember.
Yeah, you got Venom in there, you got the Jays, you got Doc Doom in there as well with Jays.
Oh god, Doom with J. Now that is cursed.
MF Doom. Tight beat here.
That is cursed beyond all recognition.
Do you want to see something else that's weird? The
Where
Hulk.
is Oh my god, why did that get
He's
bigger?
so
Like,
dude, his feet are so big.
fucking Hulk wearing like the size 15 yuttas.
Yeah.
He's in the size 15s.
Now this right here looks like he's about to go skating or something. Like he's about to go to the skate park.
Serotonin, please.
He's got the Melancholy playing in his fucking AirPods, and he's going to it.
Oh, bro, it looks like he's about to go on the blacktop. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Like he looks like dude. It looks like he has the Bad Religion CD in his Walkman, and he's about to hit the skate park. This is insane. He's got every song on Suffer playing on repeat. It's great.
Dude, you have no clue how hard you just attacked me there.
Really?
Dude, I'm from that fucking generation.
No,
remember?
I know. You're like from the scene, more or
I'm
less.
from that fucking generation. I used to be a skateboarder.
I know.
For fuck's sake.
I know. And you looked like this. You looked like the Hulk. This right here was
I
Nelson.
fallen off my board? Probably.
This right here was Nelson. Way back in the day.
Complete with the tear in my jeans and everything. Oh.
He's got no control playing on blast into his eardrums and Walkman.
Oh. I need to sec that actually.
That killed you.
Oh.
What the
That
fuck? They
actually-
cut it off! They
What
cut
the
off Iron Man's feet! Again, engineering choice. Tony Stark loves the Jays.
What?
Oh,
God.
well, this makes no sense.
Why, I don't know why, but that call out just activated my fight or flight response.
Call out? I wasn't trying to call you out. I was trying to, like, just say, listen, I'm not saying that disparagingly. I fucking love skate punk. I fucking love skate punk. So.
Oh my god. You called out so many without realizing. Of course, Mysterio doesn't get Jays. He's not hip enough.
No,
What?
but Thanos.
Thanos!
That's Thanos, too.
This makes sense. This makes sense, let's be honest.
Here, I'm gonna make it make more sense.
Oh my god. This
Where
makes
did that valid?
Yeah, that checks
Like-
out. That's Miles, so.
Yeah, that tracks.
This doesn't.
You know.
Neither does this. Again, engineering choice.
Another Venom and Jays.
Dude, Venom in the Jays gives me life. I love it.
Oh my god, I need fucking Spider-Gwen.
I could see Gwen in that.
What? Fuck off.
Now that gives me some fight or flight.
That's fight or flight right there, Miguel and fucking Jay.
Taskmaster with giant socks now. What about Darth Maul?
Oh my
Oh
god,
my
the
God.
stormtroopers can wear them. The stormtroopers can wear Jays.
The clone troopers can wear them, yes. Look at this.
Oh my god, that's awful.
That's sick as fuck, dude. But Chewbacca can't?
I mean, he doesn't even wear shoes to begin with, but... Oh no.
Obi-Wan?
Elizabeth just showed me Groot wearing Jays.
Oh, that's so good.
I'm
You want to see
I'm
something that's like especially cursed? Though?
What?
I give you Obi-Wan going downstairs for a cup of water.
I love fun.
Nelson left the call.
That activated my fight or flight. I was like, I'm out of here.
The,
See ya.
the Jedi mind trick is making you think that he's hip. What about the
Oh, that's worse.
the elf helpers slay me? Wow. But yeah, I swear we're gonna get to Yakuza here in a bit, but I just can't. Becky Lynch! Becky Lynch with the Meow Souls is crazy.
Really good.
Also, Bianca Belair.
Oh my god, wait a minute.
They literally cut off her wrestling boots.
Somebody just said old Ben with his slipper.
Old Ben with his slipper.
The Ben Kenobi. The Dirty Show gets them.
Again, they just cut up the fucking the crash test dummy gets them. So there's Frieza.
No! No!
You know the best part though? Frieza
What?
has like neon purple socks on now, if you see.
I
see that?
it, but this is awful. Like, I am.
Okay, where
Oh,
okay.
I'm dying.
Alright, where's Goku?
Dude, they didn't even do like socks or anything. They just put the slippers
On his
You know, that
greaves.
would be a Goku fucking thing. He puts the slippers over his actual like combat shoes.
He would though. Okay, but like what does it look like with the J's? This shit's gonna be crazy.
Not any better.
It's not any better. How about this?
No. Oh my god.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
This is welcome to the stream, everyone. We are just beyond the levels of cursed at this point.
He looks very like just indifferent to be in these. He has no jolly in him, nor any bah humbug.
He is not happy in any way.
He is just banana.
Oh god, just
Let's see here. There's another meow. Oh my gosh.
I love how we're still going with this. Oh god, Optimus, I don't isn't he compatible?
Optimus?
Oh my god.
Dude, dude, the fuzz clips through his you know, shin there. Optimus, your Jordans are fake as fuck.
Autobots, we must go to the nearest store to get ourselves some authentic Jordan Air Force One.
Sideswipe. Go to Foot Locker now and get me the Long Boy Jordans. Okay, chat.
All of this, all I can think is the Badger thing, just like, brother, get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Now, chat. Also, thank you for the serotonin earlier post. That really helped me. I feel like that we've exhausted this bit. It is now almost time.
Well.
Almost time for Yakuza, but we gotta run an ad first, chat.
It's break time. Where the heck's the
fuck
cheaters,
me.
my dudes?
Raw begins properly after this.
Oh my lord, have mercy.
And now we're going to power
Oh
up
boy,
the
but first
Virtual
we're gonna
Boy.
have
Virtual Boy has three major
a physics
components:
lesson.
the stand, the head unit,
Ah,
and
yes,
the
the
controller.
Virtual Boy.
The stand
With
is packed
Mr.
flat.
George Wood.
So you want to take the stand, spread it
Holy
open,
crap.
and then set it firmly on the table with the feet facing forward for support.
Fortnite is
The head unit
quite
has got to
honestly
be
the most
connected to the
blessed and
controller.
cursed
So
thing
insert the
ever.
controller
For fucking
into
real.
the spot on the head unit, and you're ready to go.
Oh my
Now,
lord.
take your head unit, place it into the support bracket. You want to be very careful and do it
Ooh.
gently from the back. So you tilt it in first, then push it down. There's a little spring in the back here that you can push down to open up the support bracket so it doesn't go in tightly. Release the spring, and then gently tighten it up with a tension control knob here on the side. Once you feel tension, just turn it slightly upwards until it catches. You don't need a lot of tension here. It just needs to support itself. The next thing you want to do is load in your batteries.
All right, let's see if you can do it.
Controller on the front.
There we
panel.
go.
Press the panel down, gently push it up, and your batteries.
Ah,
are loaded in
you
the slot
suck.
here, 3 up and 3 down.
That thing didn't
Push
even
it down,
move.
click
It
in
just
place,
like
and then
looked
you're
like
ready
somebody
to
just
go.
grabbed
The
it
final thing is to put
from
your
like
game
a
cartridge
program
in place.
and just
The game cartridge goes into the
zoomed it
slot
across.
underneath the Virtual Boy.
Om
Now,
nom
you have
nom.
to be
Oh,
careful when you
excuse
push
me,
the
we're
game
back, my
cartridge
dudes.
in. You wanna
Hey,
make
welcome
sure
back
that
to
it
Raw. I
connects
swear to
firmly
God that people
all
have
the way in
hit the
back,
ring
because
at
if it
one
doesn't
point or
connect
another.
properly, when you
But it's
turn
been a
it
while
on,
since
I
it
know I
happened.
have once.
So you want to make sure that the game cartridge is
Ow.
in place properly. So when you turn it on, you hear it. Virtual Boy does not have a video output port because it
It's
would
very
only
hot
send
in
out
this
the
room,
signal of
chat.
one of the layers of the
I don't know if
3D
it's because we were
graphics.
laughing so
Remember,
hard
the
at the
images of
Jays,
Virtual Boy
or
are
because
created
it's just
by
like really
your
warm
eyes,
in here.
which combine two separately projected
I mean, it's
LED
cold where
images
I
from
am,
both
but
sides.
I
What
have
we're
the
showing
heat
you here
on,
is
I have
some
the computer
exclusive
on, the
footage of some of the
PlayStation's
upcoming
on,
Virtual Boy
the
games.
oven was just
We
on to
obtained
make
this footage
pizza.
with
It's
our
like,
cameras at E3. So
Oh yeah,
please be
that's right. I
aware
need to
that the
talk about
images
my
captured
pizza
here do
project
not in
once
any
we get
way
going here.
recreate the actual three-dimensional
Oh.
elements of the game's graphics and gameplay. So far,
It's
we've
a
played
method I'm
Warriors
using to
Tennis,
cut down on my
Galactic
takeout
Pinball,
intake.
Red Alarm, and Tolero Boxer. So stick around and see our ratings
God,
for all these
I've actually
games
played the
and
Virtual
more.
Boy before.
You have?
Yeah, once.
That's insane. Like you played like on an actual unit?
Yeah, they had it at a convention.
Wow, that's crazy. How was it?
I mean, this was before I even got my VR legs as well. I couldn't play for more than 5 minutes before my eyes felt like they were on fire.
I'd imagine that. I imagine that even with VR experience, they're not the greatest.
No, I would say they probably aren't because
Because it's
I
just
can play VR for hours. Like the longest I've played VR is 6 hours straight. But I can't do that with the Virtual Boy.
the Dragon of Yokohama.
Oh yeah, we're also starting a new chapter.
Yeah. But again, I would like to keep the side stuff if possible for this stream.
Oh,
Oh hey,
look who's here.
policeman.
I mean, it took him long enough to finally catch up.
Yeah, we've been here for a couple days now, bro.
Probably longer at this point, but yeah.
Thank you, ladies. See you all tonight. And make sure you stash some of that cash, okay?
Okay. Have a
See
good
you
night.
He just literally slipped in. Like, literally just slipped in. Dude, you sleep in your suit. What is wrong with you?
You would think that we would get some new clothes now that we're making money.
Back off! What? Who's there? It's me. It's me. Dachi, son.
Dude, why did you approach like that? You were asking.
Exactly. Why did
Fucking
you put him in
weirdo.
an armbar? Holy shit.
Exactly, fucking weirdo.
So, you actually know this guy?
Yeah, he used to be a Kanagawa police detective.
Detective?
Yep. Then I went to work for the driver's license center.
How in the world did you find me? I figured you didn't make it out of that building alive.
Oh, I was fine. Well, not completely. I lost my job.
What?
And I was just a few months shy of
Wow.
securing the maximum pension payment.
Well, that
Ouch.
stinks. Also, does that mean you found this place all on your own?
Remember how I gave you that smartphone?
I've been tracking you.
I wish you would have called before you just showed up.
Oh, I did, but your phone was dead. Well, I guess when a guy gets shot and left for dead, charging his phone isn't exactly priority
That
one.
thing for sure uses micro
I
USB.
cared much about the phone.
Sure, I get it.
Disgusting.
Because this is 2019, so
This is before USB-C was like.
no, it's after.
commonplace.
C-types were becoming more of a thing in this time frame.
Well, yeah, but they weren't as commonplace yet. I feel like.
Smartphones have a system that
No.
pinpoints the phone's location. That's GPS. You can put apps on a phone to send its coordinates elsewhere. That's what this guy did. Get it?
I used Google Maps to find you.
Oh, so he used Life 360 on his phone.
You know, you never said why you got fired.
A whole sheet of charges. Breaking and entering, assault, interference with a public servant. Guess I should be glad I'm so unimportant it all got dropped.
Was any of that my fault?
Of course it was.
How
Well.
did it happen?
Are you aware that Kasuga was shot in Kamurocho?
Yeah. Sad story.
Did he mention it was at a meeting of Omi Alliance officers who were in bed with Tokyo PD? I was the one who snuck Kasuga into that meeting. Well, Tokyo PD had some choice words about that. Absolutely disgraceful, being two of them. Kanagawa police agreed. They gave me the axe and themselves a nice pat on the back.
I'm sorry,
Yikes.
Adachi-san.
Well, you can make it up to me by helping me out again. I haven't given up on nailing the commissioner.
Who's that?
He means the police commissioner.
Important guy. Why him?
He took bribes from the Omi Alliance while they took over Kamurocho. I'm sure he did, but I still need proof.
Okay. And how's Ichiban supposed to help with that?
By getting me closer to Arakawa, the only person I know of with ties to the commissioner. Kasuga used to be one of his boys, at least up until the man put
Notice how Adachi's calling him Kasuga, but Namba's calling him Ichiban.
Still am.
Yeah.
You need more self-respect.
Why do you care so much about exposing the commissioner's corruption?
You can probably guess why.
Well, it's not out of the goodness of my heart. It's revenge I'm after.
Revenge?
That story started 20 years ago. A rich old couple had been murdered during a home invasion. The suspect was a neighbor with priors, a guy named Kasumi. I made the arrest myself. But before the trial, a witness claimed to have seen Kasumi in a different place at the time of the murder. I interviewed the witness, and the alibi checked out. My perp was innocent.
Huh. What'd you do?
I reported it to HQ, of course. Kasumi needed to be released immediately.
I take it he wasn't, though?
Well, all of us detectives and officers knew the alibi was pretty much airtight. But the captains were skeptical. They questioned the witness over and over, and they were relentless. Finally, he said he wasn't actually sure he'd seen the suspect after all.
Why'd he backtrack like that?
He was coerced by the chief of Kanagawa Police, Juro Horinouchi. That's who the commissioner is.
But what was Horinouchi's reason?
Well, by that time, he'd been offered a transfer to Tokyo Police. The last thing he wanted was a big scandal. Which is what it would have been if Kasumi, who'd been jailed for months, turned out to be innocent. That reveal would have put his Tokyo PD offer at stake. He couldn't have that. So, he he resorted to witness intimidation.
Man, what the hell?
Well, he tried to justify it to us. Said if the guy really was innocent, there'd be other evidence of that. But there wasn't. And in the end, Kasumi was convicted and sentenced to 17 years. His wife and child were still reeling from it when he hung himself from prison.
Yikes.
Where was Horinouchi when that happened?
In his cushy new Tokyo PD position, playing dumb.
Makes me sick.
Kanagawa's had this problem for a while. Too many cops in the Eugene 3's pockets. They're always teetering on the edge of scandal. So everybody who can is always trying to get transferred. Especially the higher-ups. Rats, leaving a sinking ship.
Don't make it.
Some were willing to convict an innocent man to save their careers? That's fucked up.
Well, I felt the same way back when I was a young rookie. So I leaked the original alibi to the media.
Whoa.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Horinouchi wasn't as clueless as most bureaucrats are. He found out about the leak immediately through his buddies in the public security division. The info I gave them never saw the light of day, and next thing you know, I'm stamping driver's licenses. Not sure why I was transferred instead of fired. Horinouchi must have figured he was safe.
And now he's the police commissioner.
Now, if I were a smarter guy, I'd just forget the whole damn thing. But when I get to the pearly gates, I want to be able to look Kasumi in the eyes.
Wow, you boys are talkative. What are you yakking on about?
Good morning, Hamako-san. This guy's a former Kanagawa.
Don't good morning me. It's already 10 o'clock. You're all supposed to be at Hello Work looking for jobs, not lazing around here.
Oh shit, that's right.
If we don't get there fast, all the good jobs will be gone. Sorry, Adachi-san. We gotta go find some work.
I'll go with you.
Huh? Why?
I'm as unemployed and broke as you now.
Broke.
Everyone here is unemployed.
After working all those years?
Nah, I didn't save a yen. I thought I'd have my sweet-ass retirement pension. Never was much of a saver, honestly. Even as a kid, I used to crack open my New Year's money. Yeah, the pension was all I had. And it's gone now.
Oh, so he's bad with his money too.
They let someone so irresponsible issue driver's licenses?
Hey, part of it is just bad luck. It's not my fault booze and women are expensive hobbies. Come on.
Oh,
Let's
clearly.
get Hello Work already.
Oh, clearly.
Find a new hobby, dude. Yeah, Dashi joined the party. Deadbeat to freelancer.
Yep, there you go.
So,
also, by the way, Dan, it's not Kasumi. He was saying Kusumi.
yeah,
with a
Kusumi.
U. Which that is a guy's name.
Part-time hero. Oh boy. Wonder what that is. Let's see what everyone's job is now. Hold on. Skills. Hold on. Oh, it's in party. Yes. We are now homeless guy and detective still. So there's that. And now we're a freelancer. We're no longer a deadbeat, so that's good. But we're still out collecting cans, so you know what? We're a stone's toss away from it. Let's see here. What kind of stuff do we have? We got battle tips. Adachi's experience. Adachi's many years as a detective have given him a professional grade defense against rage, fear, and sleep. So he's like immune to status ailments, then it looks. In case you haven't noticed, consuming too much alcohol will get you drunk. The more booze you drink, the drunker you'll get. Sober up by drinking water or waiting for it to wear off. There are 3 levels of drunkenness, and its highest. You may end up attacking your party members in battle. The attack power for certain skills may go up when you're drunk. As the saying goes, a man's true character comes out when he's drunk.
Yeah, because there's always been benefits to being drunk in Yakuza games, but there's also negatives to it too.
Sure, yeah.
In the previous games, if you were drunk, you ended up in more random encounters. Oh.
Hey, what's that thing? Oh boy. Something stuck in the ground. I think it's a bat? Why the hell would there be a bat stuck in the ground? Who knows? Probably some kind of lame prank. I'll just... What the f... Oh my god.
Officer, I swear to drink I don't God.
What are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm trying to pull this damn bat out. This is me trying to pull out the
Mario.
Master Sword in Breath of the Wild. Here. I bet if we pawned it, we could get a few hundred yen. No dice? Yeah, it's really stuck in there. Also, hello there, I play games. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. Adachi-san, you're strong. You give it a shot. Excalibur? Sure, let me go. Sure, let me at it.
He's also right about that. When you're drunk, your heat gauge and stuff like that does go up faster.
Yeah.
Tired of this shit.
It won't budge. Must be pretty wedged in there if my guns can't do it. You two are pathetic. I'll show you how it's done.
Excalibur.
No way. Oh, what the fuck? It really is the Master Sword. Woohoo! I'm the man. Damn. Credit where it's due, I guess. Ichiban was worthy of the barbed wire bat. But what'd you do any differently than I did? Yeah. I bet only the chosen hero could pull it out. Oh, of course. I forgot we have a hero in our midst. A hero? Him? You know how in RPGs there's always some holy sword only the hero can pick up? Katsuko here has been on a quest to become a hero since he was a kid. I mean, kinda. Oh. Well, that dirty old bat isn't exactly a holy sword. Leave it to reality to crush the fantasy. The holy sword of the hero. I will be the savior of this world. That's the spirit, Ichiban. You actually look the part. If you knuckleheads are done roleplaying, shall we go find some damn jobs? Oh, well, we need to use the bat now. The holy bat of destiny.
Ichiban's the new king of England. You're thinking the wrong thing, but yeah.
Hey guys, you having a good time? Well, sorry, but we're dad hunters, so make this simple and fork over all your cash. We don't actually have any. 3 middle-aged dudes and no cash? Yeah, right. You'll need to lie better than that, you old bastards. Damn, the truth really hurts when punks call you out on it. Hey, Mr. Hero, feel like using that holy sword to smite some monsters? Good idea. Come on. Dad Hunter. What the hell?
Whoa! What just happened? Did you see those guys freaking transform?
What? I'm sorry?
What are you raving about? You know this isn't a video game.
Oh, right.
Come back to Earth.
No one else sees this? Well, whatever. At least it's more fun for me. Cool.
I enjoy how it's like only him that like sees this.
Pretty much.
Mega swing. Damage an enemy as well as those in the surround. Wait, are we doing like the giant swing here? Oh wait, no. Mega swing is the bat. Got it.
Yep.
There you go. Let's see. Reckless charge. Charge forward and bull rush a single enemy. Also deals collateral damage to other enemies in the way.
Oh yeah, that's like a charge move, so it's like really good for that kind of thing.
So what about this?
Yep. You got it right.
Cool. Hey.
Oh yeah, like they're at the same level you are, so.
Nice. Hell yeah. Assassin. Nice. Cool. Dad Hunters. That sounds like a name for a pack of cougars looking for hot dilfs in their area. It's hot dilfs in your area.
Uh-oh.
There you go. See, I could do things, kinda. Man! Up your ass!
Hello, Mario.
Yakuza like a hobo. Hello, Legendaire. Hello, Legendaire. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Nice. Oh, I love this.
Oh yeah, that is technically a new job. Yeah, look what your job is now.
Hero. Cool. Well, I don't know. I don't know if, you know, that pays very well, but we'll see.
Nice.
I love how he has no differences whenever he's in battle. Like, Nanba has the hood, and Ichiban has, like, a little, like, ascot.
At least with that class, because when he's, like, his normal class, he just wears the normal outfit.
Right.
Fucking hell. What's even the point of shaking down guys as broke as us?
For real, though, neither of you saw them transform? Not even a little bit?
Huh?
I swear, they freaking transformed!
Your imagination is officially off the rails, man.
But it seems so real. How could it just be imagination?
I mean, as long as we win, I don't care how delusional you are. You know, I think it's just all that hero talk of yours. Makes you see trolls and golems everywhere.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it takes a certain kind of crazy to want to be a hero anyway. Hell, I don't care if you wear chainmail around town. If you feel like it'll give you some oomph in a fight.
Okay, well now we need to find chainmail armor.
Maybe I will. All right, fellow adventurers, our great journey has begun.
I love the little fanfare. Enemies throughout the city will change their appearance according to Kazuka's wild imagination.
Oh, sure, Mr. Hero. Lead on to the bountiful coffers of Hello Work. Yeah, this party is sorely lacking in coin. Pretty soon we won't be able to afford any booze. I mean, medicinal herbs.
Need to grind for some cash, huh? Just like in Dragon Quest. Life really is an RPG when you think about it.
Oh, brother, Ichiban.
The people that developed this RPG really need to get their shit together. It's broken as hell.
But yeah, I brought up the whole idea how, like, for a bit there, like, Adachi was calling him Kasuga instead of Ichiban. It's like, yeah, because they're not really friends.
Yeah. They're just kind of acquaintances right now.
Exactly, so you don't really use, like, a family name, like, a lot of the time.
Oh my god, the shield! Ah, yes. Pyro Belch. Unleash a condensed stream of superheated stank that deals fire damage to one enemy and those around them.
What the fuck? What is using an umbrella and like an umbrella and a trash can lid? Like a sword and shield.
Yeah. It's the best.
Oh my god, the runaround.
Holy shit! Wow, okay, well. Mega swing. Damn it.
Let's go.
Ow.
Let's go.
I gotta get the perfect blocks down. Hey, okay, we got him from the back.
It's like the original Persona 3. The more people you're hanging with, the more your other friends will feel ignored and hate you over a misunderstanding.
Wild imagination. Sure, can I see what kind of drugs you're using? You're using the drugs of childlike imagination. Listen, man, do not take this from him. I'm not gonna take it from him.
Yeah, let him have his fun.
Okay, so chat, I said that we're gonna do mostly side stuff, and that's what we're gonna do. So, back to can collecting, because in order to be the best hero, you need to be able to have enough cans. Oh yeah, we need points.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to do some can collecting.
Disposed bento? Dude.
I mean, this is stuff you would see for like homeless people, so of course.
Holy straw hat.
Imagination is a hell of a drug.
Worn out TV, worn out microwave.
Why would you do this?
Pocket tissues. Oh, brother.
Moth, butterfly, rhinoceros beetle, mantis, spider. What the hell? Scorpion? What? Empty cicada shell. Dude, why are they selling these here? Dude, he's just selling trash. Your very own piece of filthy city debris. What the hell?
Oh my god, look how expensive these are.
You unleashed.
This book can improve your... Oh, they improve skills.
Wait, I'm pretty sure that this was I'm pretty sure this was a sub-story in a previous Yakuza game. I'm pretty sure that You Unleashed was one of the sub-stories. It was like I'm buying like a self-help book and everyone was saying it's bullshit.
Yeah, Play Games is right. You'll need the bugs for later. I'm not joking.
Well, you know what that means then. It's time to collect us some cans.
But there's better ways to get... Yeah, but, you know.
It's time to get some cans.
Wait a minute. Did it say S you need 300? Holy.
I could do that.
Here comes the can man.
We will not be doing music for this because we actually have music in the game. So.
That's money.
No, that's cans. Ah! Oh yeah. Whoa! Ah! Don't crash out.
Jesus Christ.
Do not crash
You
out.
control pretty quickly on this thing.
Yeah, you do. Holy shit. So, this is how you make money, huh? It's so simple,
you were told to go to
chat.
Hello Work, and it's like, nah, I'm gonna go collect cans instead.
This is easy as hell, dude. This is really all it took. No, garbage truck! Ah!
Oh no.
Okay. I need to find my rivals and steal their shit. Hold on.
Time to get paid.
Oh, there's a star up ahead.
Yep. Yeah! Ah!
That's money.
Turn around, turn around.
I'm trying! It's so slow!
Oh my god.
Dude! Dude, come on.
Oh no.
We're getting money. Get that money. Yeah, S rank. Get money.
Steal their cans. Do you think the Pepsi Man thing will work with this can? Not really.
That's
We could try, though. Hold on, let's look it up.
Oh no.
I'll have it ready, chat. Give me a second.
This is gonna be bad.
Pepsi Man music. Ow. We'll do it for... Holy shit. Listen, I'm a lowly child of cans. We need to get up to the next rank, dude. You racked up a ton. I guess you really went all out. Come again. Oh, I will. I'm here again. Picking up cans. All right.
Collect more cans. All right, what's the high one on this one? 500.
Easy. We can do it.
I need 500 cans.
Hold on.
Oh no, you're actually doing it.
Gotta make some preparations. We're gonna be manning up the Pepsi chat. Hold on just a second. I got you. Gotta give the people what they want. Here we go.
Oh my god.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
No, no, it's not. Shut up. Can I power slide? Hold on.
No.
Dang it. I'm sucking big time.
I mean, so is that guy in front of you, so.
Ooh.
Nice.
Yeah, we're cooking, chat. Oh no! Oh no! I got a guy on my tail.
There's 3 behind you. Oh no.
Oh! Nice. Ha! Yeah.
Out here killing murderers. Jesus Christ, the ragdolls when they get like knocked off.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
How much is it? 500? Like, jeez.
Yeah.
That was cutting it very close there. We got a minute. Oh, there goes the star.
Yep, I see him.
Oh no, you've got an enemy coming
Oh,
up.
I'm about to collide right with them.
Exactly. Oh, here comes more.
Dude, are you kidding me? Ah!
Oh my god.
Holy shit!
Jesus
Ah!
Christ! Run! No one got it! Holy shit! The fucking jukes that you had to pull off there.
I think Pepsi Man was the way to go.
Oh my god. You nearly got like completely pinched there.
What a haul!
These guys won't stop coming up. Stop.
Pause.
Pause.
Pause. Yeah. I'm the man of cans. Wow. Of course, you still got a long way to go. Anyway, take this to celebrate leveling up.
Oh damn, you got a bunch of points.
I meant at us, dude, that's gross. Leave us some sort of login bonus. A little way to keep doing your bet. Login bonus, what's that? This game I played back when I had a place of my own had them. Basically, they're points you get for keeping up with things. I don't really get it, but I guess I'll just have to collect a bunch of cans. That's right. Just keep doing your best.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't know what a login bonus is since like games didn't really start like having that until like the mid-2000s.
He has no clue what a Warcraft is.
Yeah, pretty much. So you have 14,000 points now. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't really spend on the insects. Like they said, you could find better ways.
Okay. Okay, but what about a vintage guitar? I'll be like Jeff Jarrett. Here.
I don't think anybody can use it.
Can they not?
Yeah, look,
they
it shows
can't.
the job.
They can't do
It
it.
shows the job that it can be used for, and it looks like none of them can use it.
Scuffed sandals. Well, I know I'm gonna give that to Nanba here, because that buffs up his magic. Really scraping the bottom of the barrel here. Even a used washcloth would be a better choice.
I have not played Judgment. I will admit that right now, Play Games. Like, I have not played Judgment. I own it. Like, it's in my PlayStation collection. I just haven't played it yet.
Pepsi Raph is cursed. Now I'm thinking about, like, a version of myself in the Pepsi Man colors.
He's never had to do dailies, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. He's never played Fartnut. He has no clue what it's like to be in the trenches.
Did you ever play RuneScape?
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
I guess we should do it now. Now that we've had our moment in the sun here with Pepsi Man. Raul
It's
rolls on
break
after
time.
this.
Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
I'm gonna piss real quick, chat. Nelson, keep him company.
I will do my best.
It's no
Oh,
big
boy,
Either
what's
that
this
or
one?
just let
Eidos
George
is
Wood do
moving
it.
up the video game food chain, considering last year's
Oh.
mega hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success.
It's Tomb Raider.
Minor control changes for side
Yeah, I don't know if you
steps.
can hear me, but
In the
I've not
world
played
of
Judgment.
vehicles.
I am a longtime
The game starts
Yakuza
off
fan,
with
and I do want to play
trainer.
Judgment at
A
some
dragon
point.
attacks the Great
I
Wall.
just haven't been
The
able to set the
soldier
time
notices a
aside to
dagger
do it.
embedded in his chest. Oddly,
Especially since I'm
removing the
currently
dagger
playing through all the
results in the
Borderlands
dragon's
games
death.
since
Weird.
I don't know why I'm doing it.
Long
I just am.
Complete with front-loaded anvils, searching for the dagger centuries later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly
Probably
more
wait to
action than
see how this
exploration this
goes.
time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because that way everybody's happy. Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do so. We knew the game would be great, and it is, and we've only just scratched the surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge to Eidos. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer.
So I could say this to people who are currently watching. Yes, I am a Tomb Raider fan as well. Like, I've played all of the original games.
It needs fleshing out, no
Oh.
pun intended, but we guarantee that
I hear ya.
you will be
Okay,
shocked,
then yeah.
stunned, and moved at the effort to
But
make
yeah, I've
Lara's
not played
character more
Judgment
Om
as
nom
of
nom.
yet.
We
Oh,
love
excuse
Lara.
me, we're back,
It's
my
about
dudes.
time the industry had a big
Welcome back
shot
to
for
Raw,
a
everyone.
change. It's no shock that Tomb Raider
Like,
2
I
is
have
excellent.
not played Judgment yet,
Everyone
but I
should
know
buy
of it. I've seen
Period.
plenty of
The
videos
end.
on it, especially from Devilian7, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people who like are fans of Yakuza know who that is. And I know Lost Judgment's a thing. I haven't played that either. Like, I need to get back to the Yakuza series because honestly, I haven't played 0 yet. I haven't played 6. And obviously, I haven't played any of the newer games past that. So it's like, I'm so far behind.
I'm back. Welcome back to Raw, everyone. I need to buy a jacket here. Roll
Defense. Okay.
sooty work clothes. A top
Sooty
that
work
feels like
clothes?
it's already been worn for decades. Barely wearable, these sandals aren't going to survive much more action. The quality of these shoes leather is plain to see based on how much they've endured.
Sounds about right.
So I kind of feel like that I know how we're going to build these guys, right? I feel like that Mr. Adachi here is going to be our tank, right? So I gotta give him
that.
I do say that, yes.
But realize something.
Okay.
Ichiban has 2 classes now.
Very true.
And
So
you
let's-
see where this can lead.
So
Because if he can have multiple classes, you know what that means for everyone else.
yes. Everyone else
But
can
you're
have
on-
multiple classes.
Yeah, but you are on the right track in some cases, because I do know some of the other classes Adachi gets, and hoo boy.
Yeah, because he kind of seems like a brick shit house. So, yeah. He will be our tank, at least from, like, this moment now.
So more cans.
More cans, but first I need to see if there's any scrounging I can do. What's that guy want?
Oh, wait. There was something at the tree.
Overboard. He's polluting a precious natural resource.
Let me assure you, we're doing everything we can to stop him.
Something happened over there?
The river's gonna run yellow as mustard at this rate.
I highly doubt it'll be changing colors, ma'am.
Either way, you get that menace to relieve himself elsewhere.
Huh? Piss take. This story's a real piss take if that's what we're gonna do here. A golden opportunity. That's what we're going with, huh?
So we got a public pisser on our hands, huh? That's nasty.
So the sub-stories are voiced?
Too happy about it.
Yeah, some of them are voiced, which is really nice.
Hold on, before we start this, I want to finish up our time with, hey, a cockroach. Okay. So that seems kind of like how collecting bugs is easier. Just finding them in the overworld.
Mark's like, oh, never mind. It's piss. Yeah.
Yes.
You were on the, like,
Yes, it's piss. It is pee, urine, bio water, or bio waste. Eggman's piss droplets have finally hit the earth. They're polluting the water. Man,
Yay,
23
cockroach.
hours lasted a long fucking time.
I love that. Yay, cockroach.
Yeah, cock. Anyways, hard.
Oh boy, what's this one? 700.
Speaking of cocks, hard. Anyways, let's... I think we need to run Pepsi Man back, guys. I feel like
700 cans. That's going to be interesting.
I feel like Pepsi Man's the play. I feel like that's going to carry us to victory here. It carried us to victory last time. Let's just say it won't do it again.
Okay, time to take... Stop. Cease.
Time
Desist.
to take a piss. So on and so forth. Welcome to my stream, Nelson. This is what we do.
Yeah, I know. I've been here long enough.
We make piss, poo, and cock jokes much of the time. I'm the most asexual man of all time because I make a bunch of bodily jokes. Speaking of cocks, hard. Giraffe Step 2024. Listen, you know I'm asexual because my sex jokes or my poo and pee jokes are the funniest. So. Ow! Damn it. Anyways, Pepsi Man. How about that? 1, 2, 3, 4!
700 cans in 3 minutes.
Holy shit, look at all these cans on the field! Ah! No, Kurt! I can't see!
Holy cans, Batman!
I think you mean Pepsi, man!
Oh, that garbage truck just took out one of the guys.
Yeah, I saw that. Ah! No, I got 2 men here!
Oh no! No, don't back up! Don't back up! You should have just kept going!
I should have just kept going, yeah.
Just kept going.
I'll take my shit back, thanks. Ah!
Oh god!
No!
Oh god, there's another one. Oh, he's on your ass! Oh wait, he's gone, he's gone.
I dodged.
There's one
I'm
coming up
so
in front of
good.
you. Last year. Oops, 2025, yup.
Ooh, yeah! Woo!
Alright, we got the C. Oh my god, there's so many! Oh, there's nothing this way. Don't go that way! Don't go that way!
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. No, I'm not good!
No, you're not.
Ah!
No, you're not. Oh my god! That bike got sent into the wall.
That guy has no clue where he's going.
He's stuck. Dude,
I could dodge. I could dodge. I could dodge it.
Oh my god! Jesus Christ!
3! The hat trick!
Let's go.
I gotta turn around.
The one's behind you.
I know. I gotta turn around. I'm collecting.
Oh god, the show almost took you out.
Yeah. This is awesome.
There's... You turn. Oh my god, you're almost there. Wait, there, she's right. Oh wait, no, she's not. You got it.
Everyone's gunning for me.
Yeah, they are. Holy shit. Jesus fucking Christ. That turned into insanity.
That's the mark.
That turned into fucking insanity there.
That was a good call on the Pepsi Man, Dan. I think that added to the experience.
And Quest Hero.
Beat all the can collecting courses. Can collecting has never been more intense.
10,000 points. You just basically made back all your points in that.
Big money. Come again. Wait, is that it?
Yeah, there's only 3 difficulties, but now it's like if you want to rank up to the higher ranks, you have to get more cans.
I feel like we can come back to this later.
Yeah, you're back at 15,000. Only heals 40 health. Jesus. That one feels 50.
Disposed bento. I've got 2 of these. One of these. Used towel. I'll give that to Nanba.
Yeah, because I see the magic thing, so that's pretty good.
That's our mage, man. Stretch shirt.
Didn't you already buy one of... Actually, I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure I did, but I think I
no, you want the
lost
city
it.
war clothes.
Yeah. I cannot be Jeff Jarrett. That'll have to wait. All right, let's go.
Now you can speak to the cop about this situation.
Let's go see what the PP Popo wants. Policeman PP.
Oh my God.
I'm making piss. Hey, officer. Yes. Can I help you with something? Nah, but I heard that there's someone draining the dragon into our river. Ah, yes. You caught all that? Bits and pieces. Anyway, what's the holdup? Why haven't you arrested the guy? You have no idea, do you? If we don't catch him in the act, we lacked probable cause. Yet somehow the golden opportunity has never presented itself.
Jesus Christ.
Dude! Phrasing. On top of that, information is only trickling in. We know we got a menace with a leaky hose, and that's it. This guy needs to stop. Like, right now. Well, we've got toilets for that kind of thing. A crime's a crime.
Hi.
Lewd conduct's what it is. Bastard ought to be penalized. Yeah, he's out there every day getting that sweet release. I pity the fishermen and the fish.
Exactly!
Pretty messed up. I hope you bust him soon. As do I. Listen, you come around here often? I'd say from time to time. Well, if you ever happen to witness the guy in the act of paying the water bill on our poor river, would you help us pull the plug on him?
Oh my God.
You want me to, like, make a citizen's arrest or something? Yeah, I think you've got the leverage to do it. We'll throw in a reward, of course. I'd throw more of us on patrol if I could, but we've already drained plenty of resources looking for him. I'll be damned if we piss more— Dude!
And we stop.
Dude, my man brought all of his turn of phrases.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy is really, like, taking the piss here, chat. Okay, then, I'll help. I see him taking a squirt, I'll make sure he eats dirt. That's a tombstone quote if I've ever heard one. That's what I want to hear. Oh, and the name's Tada. You can find me on patrol here most hours. Sweet. I'm Kazuga, by the way. Alright, Kazuga-san. I'll leave the corporate to you. I'm gonna contact the station if you catch him, if you would. Sure thing. This whole story is a piss take so far, chat. What?
Oh my...
Wait, my controller's vibrating. Why is my controller vibrating? Hey, have you heard about the cop? Have you heard about the kappas? I've heard. Oh, okay. Who doesn't love kappas, right? Oh, I literally thought they were just gonna walk away. I literally thought that we could just, like, wait them out.
Bum.
Battle bum. It's great. You got hammered head?
I mean, you'd have to be hammered to use a fucking trash can lid as a shield.
Very true. I'm pretty sure I don't need... Yeah, okay.
Jesus Christ.
I love the ragdoll in this game so much.
Yep, Dragon Engine ragdolls. Like, the Dragon Engine is so temperamental, but goddamn does it lead to some funny-ass, like, breaks of physics.
I don't think you could set, like, markers on the map in previous Yakuza games.
No, not really. Not really.
Well, I'm glad that you can do that here.
But then again, in the previous games, if you've, like, you know, moved around a lot, you got used to where everything was.
Well, sure, yeah.
What the hell's going on there?
Oh boy, a new one. This is where all my cans go, chat.
Hello, Mario.
Hey there, punk. Welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting.
Supposedly it's a pawn shop.
More like a hoarder's house. They really getting customers like that?
I've never seen anyone buy anything from here. It's such an eyesore. Officials from the public office have had to come talk with the owner a couple times now. The owner said it was all merchandise, and that he'd sue if they tried anything. They haven't been able to reach an agreement since.
Merchandise, huh?
Oh, it smells terrible, and it attracts all sorts of bugs, too. It's a nightmare. Oh, I wish they'd do something about it.
Hey, Punkajin, and yep, I love the series too.
Hopefully it won't be long.
I consider myself a Yakuza enjoyer. I wouldn't call myself a big fan of the series because I don't feel like I have the cred for that. But
wait a minute, how do you even get in then?
Well, I think we gotta collect more cans.
I think we gotta collect more cans.
No.
That's the solution, just cans.
I feel like we return to it like later. I feel like that there's like a sub story attached to it, right? Like when you
I mean that is. It literally said it was a sub story.
Hold on. Is there like a way to check my sub stories? Like there is in the other ones? Smartphone probably, yeah.
Oh wait, tasks. I'm guessing it must be tasks.
Let's check it. Sub stories. A can
Yeah,
do
one man's
attitude.
trash.
Oh, I already completed that one. One man's trash.
It's that one man's trash.
Probably a real eyesore for the neighbors. Hopefully someone does something about it. I'm catching this guy the moment he exposes himself. Dude, the moment he exposes himself, my stream is getting blocked. I don't know what you're talking about, Kasuga. Yeah, exactly. I'll be breaking TOS.
Oh, here we are at Hello Help. So, hello work.
How'd it go for you guys? I'm fucked. Another day of no work. Same here. Damn it.
What the bike ever do to you?
It looked at him funny. Atsuo might have taken the cake, but a lot of these people are pretty rough around the edges.
Okay.
What do you expect? Finding work isn't easy these days. Well, don't let it get to you. Just gotta be patient. Wait, isn't that Adachi? You're right, it's Adachi. Oh no.
Oh boy.
Except the PSP games in Kenzan. Friends of yours?
Yeah.
Can't say I remember them. Like hell you don't. You ruined our lives. Did I? I take it I arrested you at one point or another. You aren't allowed to forget the Yokohama Pink Panthers, Injinko's top...
Injinjos.
Okay. I'm in Jicho's top... I'm a burglary ring. Oh yeah, that takes me back, man. How long has it been since I busted you guys? 20 years? We've got criminal records now, asshole. And now we can't even work. You gonna take some responsibility for that? Hey, it's not Adachi's fault that you guys got busted. You a cop, bro? Nah, I'm just here to find some work. Come on, let's leave these guys to stew and just get out of here.
Also, they asked, are you excited for the Pirate Yakuza game?
Yes, actually. Hold on,
Same
Adachi.
here.
Why are you looking for work? Because I lost my job at the station, obviously. You quit? That means you can't arrest us anymore, right? No matter how many times we hit you. Well, yeah, but we can...
brother.
Well, yeah, but we can still call the police, so... You that bent on revenge? Why not put that kind of effort into your job hunt? Shut the hell up. We'll beat the shit out of all 3 of you.
I mean, he's got a point. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Auto battle mode can now be selected. Use the directional buttons to make a selection.
Yeah.
Wait, what does auto battle mode? Oh! Okay. Be adaptable.
Watch this. Have fun with
What
this.
happens when I do this? Okay, he doesn't die. Nice. I mean, I guess that's nice, but I don't really want to, you know.
Deal.
Hey, you! The brand new disposed bento. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Ow!
Whoa!
I'm up.
He just kicked the whole ass bike into you. Actually, yeah, not the bike again. Come on.
Yeah. They really hate bikes. What can I say? There you go. Mashima the non-binary canon Mad Dog. Is that actually like canon? Also, hey there, Jags. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Pro pickpocket. I literally thought when I saw Mega Swing, I thought it was gonna be like a Claudio Casting
Hello,
only
Mario.
giant swing.
Hi, Jags.
Hey! Hey, and it's the Shining Wizard emotes. Created by the very talented Sugar Morning, who I do not believe is on Twitch, but they are on Twitter and I believe Blue Sky.
Break and enter entryman. Wait, break and entryman. Okay.
Let's go.
I'm getting my health back. There you go. Wait, no, that didn't get my health back. That got
No, you
magic
got your
back.
bento back.
Oh, hey, I got my bento back. Hey, there you go. That's a brand new, newly disposed bento, guys.
I feel the stats going up.
I worked hard for that by collecting cans.
Yeah, exactly. Working an honest living, collecting cans. This game is pretty awesome so far. Homeless guy. Detective. I mean, you already have a job. I mean, a detective is a job.
Every beatdown he just got.
Nothing beats a
Cool, refreshing sip of water. Thank you.
I guess I'll join you
You're
on
in
that.
a lot of trouble, Phantom Pisser. We are very peeved with you. I like to play with the PSP.
Homunculus. Leave the piss jokes to me, okay? Leave the piss jokes to me, it's fine. Damn you! We'll get you back for this. Don't you forget us this time. It's been 20 years, bro. I don't even know your name. You didn't even introduce yourself. Talk about taking it personally. You arrested so many people you don't even remember what they all look like? It's all ancient history now, but I didn't have to deal with shit like that while I wore a badge. Wonder if that's gonna be the new norm. For real? I don't want to be anywhere near you then. Let them come. I'll take as many as they can throw at me. Well, hello work awaits. That reminds me of the PSP squirrels. I'm playing nut outside! PSP. It's like a nut you can play with outside. Have you ever seen those ads, Nelson?
I have not, if I'm being honest.
The one where the squirrel's like, come out and play! And the squirrel comes out the tree, he's like, I can't! I'm playing nut! And then like another squirrel is like, but there's portable nut! It's a nut you can play with outside! And then it just becomes a fucking thing for the PSP where it's like, PSP, it's like a nut you can play with outside. Ow.
You know what? Now that you're saying that, it does ring a bell.
Yes! Yes, I'm so glad it does. The dude at the end, no, he does. He has like 90s apathetic man voice, right? Like the kind of voice that would be like, yeah, buy the PSP. Or don't. I don't care.
Yeah, the dude at the end does sound done. Oh, if you drink during combat, you will gain more experience points. Huh.
May as
Oh,
well get one.
Kiwami drink.
Kiwami drink.
I get it.
And it seems to be like tangerine flavored.
Maybe.
Or like.
Well, here we are back here again. Just the whole sitting.
Mood.
Yep.
Next. Dude, you were one off. Yeah. You were one off from the funny number. Oh shit, here we go again. The name's Ichiban Kazuga, 42 years old. I'm strong, I've got a home, and I need a job. Help a guy out. Alright, tone it down. No need for theatrics. Huh? Weren't you the janitor? Oh, aren't you that homeless guy I sent over to the bar for a side gig? So you've got a roof over your head now, huh? All thanks to that job you helped us get. I'm glad to hear it. So, why are you on that side now? What do you mean? This is my job. This is my job. And hopefully one that isn't draining, like the guy at the bridge. Director? You're the director of this place? Director, think you can find us some work? Oh, you made some friends? Yeah, my party's got 3 people in it now. Party, huh? You play games, Kazuga-kun? Yeah, I'm a big Dragon Quest fan. Dragon Quest? It's a good one. I play it myself. But have you ever tried Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn on Steam? Anyway, let's see what jobs we have for the hero and his Retsunya and his rabble here. We're in your debt, good sir. That said,
he won't even graduate high school. I have no idea. I don't think he did.
No, I don't think he did. I was trying to see if a couple of homeless guys could stand on their own 2 feet. But now that we're doing this legitimately, I have to follow the rules. What rules? The golden rule. Dude, golden stuff everywhere. I can only assign you jobs that you're qualified for. Even in Dragon Quest, some jobs are locked until the character reaches a certain level or skill, right? Think of it like that. Life is just a big RPG when you get down to it. Jeez. Sure. So, what would our current experience level get us into? An ex-com, a bum, and a fired cop. Here's the best I can do for you right now. Is it really this easy to get a job? Man.
I mean, he did say he
Mario.
wanted to see if they can handle themselves.
Hey, Shoujo. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club.
You know,
meeting.
sending them a special.
Oh, well, this'll be like old territory, won't it? Kinda.
Oh.
Oh, so a soapland. Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Sounds like a weird blunt rotation. You know what? You're right. You're right. This whole fucking party is this whole party is really like a nightmare blunt rotation. That's great. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe that's the best you can get these two, but I've got years of service to lean on. According to your documentation, you've never been married? Well, what's that got to do with anything? You're telling me you've gone this long as a lonely single man without resorting to paying for it. This seems right up your alley.
Damn, he pegged him perfectly.
Dude, this guy said that Adachi gets no bitches.
So he has to pay for them.
He has to pay for bitches. This is Deadlock Pro Wrestling.
Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, he just, like, nailed him perfect.
The boys are back in town. It's not even that illegal. Anyway, what you boys need is to build up some work history. And don't think this bathhouse gig is going to be a walk in the park. The owner there is a little eccentric, and it's totally up to him if he takes you on board. Good luck.
Hey.
Okay, let's go nail this interview. Oh man, now we gotta do a job interview? I didn't realize this was The Sims. Here we go.
Still, I just love how Dachi's like, hey, I have more experience than these two, and then just nailed
He's
him
like,
perfectly.
well, sure, but you get no bitches, so.
He's like, this is perfect for you.
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Alright, well, we gotta prepare our interview questions, so we're gonna run an ad while we do that.
It's break time. Where the
We're
heck's
almost
the
on after
Cheetos,
this.
my dudes?
We gotta make sure. Yeah, exactly. We gotta make sure we don't fuck it up. So we're gonna think about what we're gonna ask the interviewer while George Wood lectures us.
Like Illusion of Gaia,
Christ, though, that
Earthbound comes
statement
packed
was
with a load of
perfect.
hints if you need them. Earthbound is an easy RPG, but Nintendo wanted the game to be easy, so it provide constant.
What if they
love
make you
that.
wash big smelly
Earthbound
men's
has so
backs
many
for
comic
money? I mean, we'll
elements
do
to
it for
that
the
Nintendo
cash.
doesn't want you to
What
give
do you
up
say,
on
Nelson?
those and never see those
You know what's
funny
funny,
scenes.
Logan? I love how
Earthbound is the
Dachi
first
literally
RPG
just
to be
answers
set
with
in
like,
modern times.
fuck you.
You save your
You're
progress
right,
by
but
calling
fuck
your
you.
dad over the telephone and refill your
Like,
energy by
essentially
eating
that.
pizza. Speaking of pizza, you can play the
You
game
said
with
the
your
quiet
left
part
hand
out
and eat
loud.
pizza in the other, since the game can be controlled with the L button, which
Listen.
lets you talk and check, otherwise
Listen,
known as search.
Adachi
And the
has
control
no
pad to
he
move.
has no
Prepare
interest.
to visit several places.
on.
A clubhouse, arcade, burger shop.
Because this is the one where it fucks up. Adachi has no interest in the sins of the flesh. He needs no companionship. All he needs is to put bad guys away. And then he's
This really is
satisfied
the
in
first
life.
RPG of the times. Yeah.
This really is the first RPG of the times. You get to be you literally get to be the no good the no good bitchless unemployed fuck you guy. It's great.
I mean, literally, look, I mean, the guy says it perfectly. Literally, you have an ex-con, a
Nom,
bum,
nom, nom.
and a
Oh,
fired
excuse
cop.
me, we're back, my dudes.
That's very true. We don't really have a
Like-
lot going for us because if you were
No.
fired off the force, I realize that, you know, police in modern times are not seen in the best light for very good reason. But, you know, being fired from the force, that has a lot of implications, you know. That has a lot of implications.
That's kind of the whole thing. It's like, again, you've got an ex-Yakuza, a bum who stole medical supplies, and a cop who got himself in trouble on multiple occasions.
They were not exactly the most eclectic band of job seekers here. So,
No, you're not.
we're not exactly the most well-equipped job seekers. Oh boy! Let's go check on the garbage again. No, I have garbage to check on. Go fuck yourself. No, I have garbage to check on. Do you not see the garbage? Okay. But yeah, this really is the first. This right here is the first role-playing game to be set in modern times. It's not police brutality if you're not part of the police anymore. It's just pure brutality.
Yeah.
Nice. Up your ass! Nice. Hey, cool. You got magic back. Cool. I'm pretty sure that we can continue the plot here, then. Yes, we can. Like I said before, this is my merchandise. None of it's trash. But spilling out from your property. Surely you can't mean... I take it you've never heard of a little thing called roadside What the hell is this guy?
What is that what is that? What is everything on this guy?
Now this man is a bum, right here. Lots of places have flags and signs outside. You got a problem with those? I just wish the people from the welfare office would treat me like they do everyone else.
Yeesh.
Hey, wait! We're still not done talking! So that's the owner of that pawn shop. Not too big on picking it up, is he? Oh, what am I gonna do? Man looks like a 60s Batman villain.
Hey.
That's a statement.
So he owns that dump, huh? Huh? Oh, Yes. Excuse me, but who are you? I'm Kazuga, and I'm kinda new in town. Sounds like the neighbors are pretty up in arms about this place. Kazuga. Ah, so you're Kazuga-san. You've heard of me? Indeed. I've heard rumors about you from many of the city's homeless. Talk of a huge new guy on the scene named Kazuga, with even bigger hair. I'm actually with welfare services, so I have a lot of connections with the homeless. But wow, I never thought I'd get to meet you. I guess I am making a name for myself here. Too bad it's for all the wrong reasons. I'm Kondo. I work for the Public Division of Welfare. A Division of Welfare, huh? It sounds like you have a lot on your hands. Well, that's the nature of the job. Still, this place has been a real thorn in my side. He's saying it's a pawn shop, right? Correct. The owner, Gomi-san, keeps saying that the trash is all his merchandise, which, of course, prevents us from removing it. That said, it was indeed a pawn shop at one point. But after his wife passed away, he became somewhat of a recluse, and the shop turned into the trash heap you see today. Huh. I don't know if it's because I'm younger than him or what, but he refuses to listen to a word I say. So now I'm caught between an angry hoarder and an angrier neighborhood. Man, even I'm starting to feel bad. Say, maybe you could try reaching out to him, Kazuga-san. Me? Yes, I'm sure by now Gomi-san's had enough of me or the neighborhood folks pestering him. I'm thinking maybe if a new, more intimidating face gives it to him straight, he might finally get the picture. You sure about that? At this point, I think throwing him a curveball is my best bet. I'll even reward you for it. So could you please help for the sake of the city?
Sure thing.
Okay, I'll help. Seeing as you got your hands full. Thank you. I'll get him Gomi-san right away. What the? he's like digging through there for him. Would have never guessed the doorbell'd be there. What is it now? Oh my god, he has to come out the back.
Yes.
Huh? Who are you? You look like a Yakuza. Oh, I see. So even the welfare office is in their pocket, is that it? I'm not sure what you're getting at. This is Kazuga-san. He just recently moved in. He wanted to express his feelings about the state of your shop. I'll bet. Come on, that guy's a Yakuza through and through. I'm no Yakuza. I'm just another citizen like you. So tell me, you ever think about cleaning all this crap up? Man, just right out the gate with clean your shit up, dude.
Pretty much.
A real opening salvo. Oh my god, Shoujo's like, that's rough, buddy.
Yup.
Did you know Weird Al Yankovic played a garbage truck transformer in Transformers Animated? That's awesome. It's not crap. This is a pawn shop, and that is all respectable merchandise. I'm not getting rid of it. You know, it doesn't look like he's too big on changing his tune. He sure is stubborn. There's gotta be something that'll win this guy over. How much you want for all of it? Well, if he's going with the merchandise angle, then maybe. Hey, everything here's for sale, right? That's right. Quality merchandise. It's not trash, and there's no need to throw it away. Then how much you want for it? Passion? Passion? What? If I buy it, it's all mine. I can do whatever I want with it. So how much you want? 10 million. And not a yen. 10 million yen? How do you figure all this trash is worth 10 mil? What are you gonna do? You really gonna buy a Kazuga-san? What happens if I buy it? Yeah. Deal. Oh yeah, right. Like you've got that kind of money. You can't fool me. Oh, I see. Gotta say, you really had me going there for a sec. I'm afraid we're done talking here. Can't say I didn't see this coming. This is usually the part where I get chased off. Nah, I don't think he's looking to chase us. Okay, dude. You just couldn't leave me alone, no matter how much I asked. You pushed me to the edge. I'm gonna protect this shop. It's mine, and you can't take it away from me. I'll make sure you never bother me again. Yikes, this is definitely a first. No way out of this one. Die!
He's literally fighting to protect this, like, large pile.
To protect this giant pile of trash. My dude, this right here is Rabbits
Snapped
Go Home.
Hoarder. Look at the name, Snapped Hoarder.
Snapped Hoarder, I love him. Holy shit! Up your dick!
You knocked him down and never let him get back up.
That was a
That
full,
was horrible.
full assault right there.
That was bullying right there.
Listen, he started it.
Damn it. Hey, you ever thought about getting rid of all this trash?
Yeah, but it's not just trash. It's memories of my wife.
Memories?
I used to run this place with my wife. We didn't make much, but life was good.
Right. I heard this place used to be legit.
Then one day, my wife collapsed while tending the store. By the time they found her, it was too late, and she passed on. Despite her health, she worried about the shop until the very end. And the worst part is that I was off goofing around while my wife was hard at work here at the shop. I've never forgiven myself. It's my fault she's gone. If I had just been at the shop that day, she would have lived. To think I wasn't there for her.
Gomi-san.
I tried to keep the place going by myself, but then a thought crossed my mind when I was helping a customer. What if she appraised this? How might she have felt about it? I asked. Thinking about it that way, I started to see everything in this place like it still had a little piece of her. But from then on, I got too scared to throw anything away. I feared I might end up throwing her away somehow. Next thing you know, the store's looking like this. I kept telling myself it was merchandise, but I could never bring myself to sell it. I knew I was being unreasonable, but I just... I can't say goodbye to these things. They're all I have left of her.
Yeah, I get how you feel. And I'm sure it was tough losing your wife. But what about all that your wife worked so hard for, huh? What about that? I didn't even notice this place was a shop until someone pointed it out to me. All I saw was a pile of trash. The place you two work so hard to protect is so covered up, nobody even knows it's here. If anything has a memory of your wife in it, it's none of that shit out front. I'd say it's the shop itself, yeah?
Oh, Gomi-san. I think maybe it's time to bring this place back to its former glory.
Oh, Kyoko!
Man. Is this all fully
I've contacted the office. They'll be out here to start cleaning up soon.
I'm so sorry for letting things get like this.
Might want to tell that to your neighbors.
Oh my
instead
God.
of me. What are you gonna do now?
I'm going to get everything looking like new and open up shop again.
Nothing can't be solved without a solid
My wife gave her
beatdown.
all for this place. If she's still watching over me, I should make sure it's something we can both be proud of.
Yeah. Maybe I'll stop by and pay you a visit sometime.
Kasuga-san, thank you very much. I think my manager is going to be real pleased after today. Here, this is a token of my appreciation.
Flame amulet.
Thanks. And keep up the great work at the welfare division, man. If you ever get promoted, maybe you can sneak a little more meat into the pork soup at the soup kitchen.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Anyway, I think I'm gonna take off. See ya.
Yeah. Take care.
Should give this cleaning up thing a shot one of these days.
I love the fanfare. It's so good.
Well, there you go.
My roommate
Actually,
just
turn
came
around.
home.
I'm curious. Turn around. It's just all gone now.
What the? Wait, is it
That was
open?
fast. Yeah, it should be.
Hey. Hey. Good to see you. Hand grenade is at a pawn shop? Bruh, this isn't a pawn shop. It's a friggin' it's a weapons warehouse. This right here's a
throwing knife, hardball.
This right here's like an undercover military op. This is like a psyop here. That's crazy. But hey, they can wear all this.
Oh, hey, look, the safety shoes. Classic durables shoes for work sites. Oh, it has a magic buff on it.
Sure does. So my roommate just came back from Red Lobster. And he brought 2 Cheddar Bay biscuits for me to try. That's why I was saying, oh my god, during the cutscene, because I never tried them before. These are fucking awesome.
I've only ever been to a Red Lobster once.
My god. I mean, you can't really have it because you're allergic to fish. But...
No, yeah, that's how I learned I was properly allergic, because I had lobster there and I liked it, but then I had to get my stomach pumped at the hospital. Like, it affected me that badly. That was the moment I stopped eating, like, seafood and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, yeesh. They didn't pump my stomach, I could have died.
Right. Speaking of dying, this guy over here is about to, because we're about to go and catch the pisser.
No, they're not model weapons, Dan. They're real.
They're not.
Fucking
I was
real.
about to say, they're not model weapons. This guy's a psyop over here.
I mean, if you bought the grenade, you could have used it in battle.
I did. I did buy the grenade.
Oh no.
Let's use it.
3,000 yen. He just fucking tried.
He just lobs it.
You want to fight?
That's awesome.
That man is fucking dead.
Holy fuck. Ah! Oops.
The grenade was so strong it fucking killed everything.
I pressed something by accident.
The power of the grenade, everyone.
Holy shit. That crashed the stream.
It killed the stream. It killed his chair.
You can kill the man, but not the idea.
Holy shit.
Up your ass! That wasn't even in his ass, that was like in his brainstem.
Beating up the homeless in the name of justice.
Listen, man, they start it, okay? It's all self-defense. There's not one case of assault here. It's all self-defense.
When in doubt, a grenade will make sure they're deader than dead.
Hey Nelson, I'm tired of voicing everyone. Can you voice the pisser here?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. That cop asked me to catch a public urinator. He should be around here somewhere. Doubt he'll just pop up randomly though. Wait, that's him! No way! There's 4 of them? I thought it was wait, I remember this one!
Yeah, I think we did this one originally. So who do you think it is?
If my memory serves me right, it is guy second from the left.
Hey.
Hey, buddy. You're under citizen's arrest. What? Oh. Why is it like bloodstained?
It's not.
Oh, it's part of the wood finish.
Yeah.
That wasn't supposed to happen. I can't say I'm disappointed either. Well, that was a mistake. Now, how about those other guys? Damn, they're gone. Probably the culprit along with them. I guess it's too late now. I'll have to catch him next time. Okay, so I'm gonna have to remember that it's not the second guy from left.
Shut the fuck up, Dan.
That's a different kind of flute he's playing with.
God damn it.
Damn, dude. So what all is on this map? We got Shogi. We got jeez, a lot. This is much. Excuse me. This is much larger than Kamurocho. It feels like. We got a lot here. Like, look at this. This is a pawn shop. Get out of here.
Yeah, that was a pawn shop. Dude, have you not been paying attention?
No, I know. Yes, I have been paying attention.
Wait,
I want to see the name.
Out. Look behind you, dude. There was somebody calling out. Yeah, look, there's a speech bubble.
Oh. If I talk to him, the pistons will come back.
It was my birthday yesterday.
Huh. You don't say. Suppose I should give you some sort of present.
Oh, well, you don't have to do that. I'm sorry. I guess I made it sound like I was asking for one.
Nonsense. You're only gonna turn this age once. Why not let me celebrate?
But aren't you broke, mister?
Well,
It's a thought that counts.
You got me there. But still.
No.
Mister, isn't it hard enough just trying to survive out here? It's nice of you to think of me, though. Thanks.
Sure. You're a good kid, Shota-kun.
Oh, I'm gonna be late for cram school. I gotta go. See you later, mister.
Yeah. Take care of yourself.
I mean, that's not creepy in the slightest. A homeless person.
I was about to say, that was weird as fuck.
Oh.
It has Shota written on it. Is this that kid's?
Might be hard to track him down. Probably better off handing it over to the old man.
Alright, Nelson. You get to voice the homeless man.
Alright.
Namba's like, don't do it. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. He's bad news.
They're both in your way, like.
I'm talking to the man. We gotta send for the man. Here.
Cool.
The homeless man gives the kid a dead rat with a ribbon tied to it. Here you go, little boy. Your very own Mickey Mouse doll. That's so dark. That's so dark, dude. These are like normal dudes that we're beating up, though.
What's this?
How about this? Pigeon Raid.
Let's go.
Yeah, there you go. We got the Steve Blackman beaten 6.
So itchy.
Don't say that.
Don't say.
So itchy.
Who are you?
Yeah.
I'm Kazuga. Pretty sure this handkerchief belongs to the kid that you were talking to earlier.
My name's Janai. Yeah, I'll be sure to give it to him next time he comes around. Shota-kun's a good kid. I saw him around the river fairly often, so I tried talking to him, and to my surprise, he was willing to stick around.
Oh boy, here we go.
Before long, Shota-kun would start telling me what happened at school, and I'd tell him stories about the good old days.
Wow.
That right? That why you wanted to get him a present?
The long and short of it, anyway. To tell the truth, I have a son about Shota-kun's age. Whenever I look at him, I can't help but see my son. I wasn't able to do anything remotely parent-like at the time for my boy, and it's not exactly atonement, but I figured I could try and do something for Shota.
My boy. Right. It's not a bad thing willing to do something like that. Just don't go overboard if you do, yeah?
Yeah.
So what, do we need to, like, get this guy a thing to give to Shota or what?
Probably come back up a little later.
Oh, hey, hey, it's challenge pissing. It's back.
Oh boy, here we go again. Also, this woman's worried about the water becoming polluted and such. There's already trash all over it. What
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, someone's peeing in the river. Now he's still in the area, though. That's right, challenge pissing. Well, I won't make the same mistake. I'll identify him more carefully this time. That guy is definitely... The guy on the far right is definitely not it. I can see that he's got something in his hands. Second guy from the right. That's the one. Hell yeah, that's the one.
Yo.
Hey, buddy. You're under citizen's arrest. Hey, Nelson, you played the piss man.
Oh my. Little tinkle here and a little tinkle there.
Man, if you're doing what I think you're doing, you better stop.
Hey, what? Oh, jeez, you son of a bitch. I just splattered myself.
I take it you're the public urinator, then.
Oh, is that what you think of me? Treating me like I'm some kind of criminal?
Dude, you are a criminal. Anyone who thinks he can take a sprinkle wherever he wants, whenever he wants, is definitely on the wrong side of the law.
Who cares? It's not like this affects anybody. Stop projecting your pissing problems on me.
Tinkle me this, Batman. Which one is the Phantom Pisser?
Oh, fuck that off.
The Phantom Pisser is great.
God damn it.
Challenge pissing. I'm not the only one complaining. People have been saying you're polluting the river.
Polluting? More like invigorating. I'm just spreading the nutrients. Come get some.
Stampede!
Oh my
Holy
fucking
shit!
God.
Demos with the Long Boys, Girls, NBs, and AGs. Hello there. Welcome on into tonight's Long Boy Club meeting, everyone.
Mario.
What is up? Hey, California. It's been a while since I've seen you around here. Welcome.
Hello, Mario.
And Demos. I don't think I've seen you here, like, in a long-ass time. Again, hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know, my name is Giraffe7. I am the president of the Long Boy Club, the very large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight, we are playing Yakuza Like a Dragon, where we're trying to find the man who is facilitating challenge pissing here in Yokohama. And joining me right now is my friend Nelson, right here.
Hello.
Hi. I'm always be working, but it's so good to see you. It's good to see you too. It's good to see you too. I hope you're doing well, everyone. But yeah, I specialize mostly in wrestling games, RPGs, so on and so forth, and strategy games as well. If that sounds great to you, as well as someone who enjoys creating their own like mini stories and characters and stuff like that, consider following, and joining the Discord server, where I'll be doing something a little special for those who have a WWE 2K24 here in the near future.
Also,
it will involve created wrestlers. So if that's your bag, come and join. We also do weekly watch-alongs. Right now we're doing My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. So yeah. What's up, Nelson?
What's going on in the game? Look what's happening in the game.
Yes. See? This is exactly why the cops are after you. Now cut that shit out. Oh yeah. Demos, again, you brought your chat in on challenge pissing, so sorry for that, I guess.
Oh my god. And the rainbow. Boy, you really like the rain in my parade, don't you?
There was a rainbow. I completely missed that.
Yeah. What I have, sir, is a gift. A passion for the public and pubic expression. It is my life's work. My true raison d'etre. And I won't let you rain on my parade. I know that's French. I don't know how to pronounce French properly, people.
Public and pubic service. What is it? Chat. Chat, I want to see everything this game has to offer. Alright. But where do we draw the line here? I don't feel like we draw it here. But I'm just asking for future reference. Where do we draw the line?
Oh my god. Also, literally his thing is public urinator.
Yes. Public urinator, Miyazawa.
Miyazawa. Jesus Christ.
I'm taking the piss with this bat swing. Ah! Beat down. On guard.
Heavy beatdown you now have.
I now have heavy beatdown with a series of blows. Let's try it. Dang it. Up your ass! Okay, well that doesn't really...
I feel like he just like punted his head.
Yeah! With a barbed wire bat? Ow!
If he didn't have brain damage before, he does now.
AE dub. AE dub. He definitely has that and dick damage.
Jesus Christ.
Nuts.
Oh, nuts.
Okay. Okay, this is voiced, I think.
All right,
Yeah.
now come along quietly. And zip it up, man. Be decent.
Be decent. Jesus.
Wonder if he had a piss.
Shut up, Dan.
Shia all over my coup until I saw all over Tokyo.
Dead set on urinating in there.
Not to say that's a biohazard, bro.
What it's like to drizzle into nature's sweet embrace.
No! That was perfectly timed trash.
The trash. The fucking trash.
Ow!
Oh god.
I salute my fallen enemy.
This is a real smorgasbord of piss humor here. Nature's sweet embrace, trash bubbles up to surface. That could not have been more timed.
You get me, right?
No!
No!
All right, weirdo. Let's hear the rest at the station.
Damn. Looks like my luck's run dry.
Thanks for being so cooperative. Here's a little something for helping out our investigation.
The writing in this sub-story really takes the piss, chat.
You see any other suspicious individuals, you contact me immediately. Got it? And you...
That's over.
That's pretty funny, chat. Huh?
What? I kind of have to take a leak too.
Don't!
Ichiban, stop.
No! Don't stoop to his level!
No, better just find a restroom.
Go pee then, Homunculus. I'll tell you why, Homunculus. That
The
deserves...
fact that he even considered it.
Yeah!
Ichiban, please, I beg you.
That was hilarious, Homunculus. We gotta run an ad. Also, thank you for the follow on Holy Experience. You're now a member of the Long Boy Club for life.
It's break time.
Oh my
Where the
God.
heck's the Cheetos, my dudes?
I'll be back. Now I gotta use the bathroom.
That's the wrong bodily fluid.
I'll be right
It's
back.
no big surprise.
Really? We're doing Tomb Raider again?
Video game food chain, considering last year's mega hit Tomb Raider. The sequel uses the same formula to great success, with minor control changes.
Also, can we get a shout out for Demos in chat?
The game starts
I don't think we got one for them.
A dragon attacks the Great Wall, and a soldier notices a dagger embedded.
This
in
is
his
how you
chest.
spell it, mods.
Oddly, removing the dagger results
I need
in
to
the
go
dragon's
and
death. Weird.
need to
You
get up
play
myself
Lara
and stretch a
Croft,
bit.
complete with front-loaded anvils, searching for the dagger centuries later. Your path to the dagger will take you just about everywhere, and that snow speeder kicks a major you-know-what. Tomb Raider has slightly more action than exploration this time around, but you may not notice the difference. This is good, because that way everybody's happy. Obviously, we're giving Tomb Raider 2 a good review. We fully expected to do so. We knew the game would be great, and it is, and we've only just scratched the surface. In answer to Lara's giant earrings, however, we have a challenge to Eidos. In Tomb Raider 3, create a storyline in which Lara gets breast cancer. Imagine the drama of a vulnerable Lara Croft still persisting in her worldly adventures despite her illness. It needs fleshing out, no pun intended, but we guarantee the gaming world would be shocked, stunned, and moved at the effort to make Lara's character more meaningful.
Nom nom.
We
Oh,
love
excuse
Lara,
me, we're
but
back,
it's
my
about time
dudes.
the industry had a big shock for a change. It's no shock that Tomb Raider 2 is excellent. Everyone should buy it. Period. The end.
And I am back.
Back.
Hey, we got back at the same time.
Welcome back to Raw, everyone. All right. You know what I want to do after all that?
Oh, there's another sub-story to the right. I think that might be the continuation of the one you're doing. You see the blue,
This guy right here?
Yep.
That's a little ways off. I want to, do
we're gonna do more cans.
Do some more cans.
You.
We gotta go on hard difficulty, dude.
We must level up from the man of cans.
No fucking up this time.
Here comes the can man.
Oh wait, no Pepsi Man.
All right. We gotta fix that. I'm not gonna lie, that Pepsi Man actually makes this better. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no! I saw them in front of you there.
Ah! I missed. I just gotta keep going.
Oh, one just got wrecked by the truck. That is. Oh, they both got wrecked by the truck. Damn.
all my cans now belong to them. Ah, no! 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 I can't see!
Where's the cans? Oh my god!
Wait, I didn't crash?
Oh, we're good.
How?
We live. No!
I got stuck. They keep getting hit by the truck.
My friend just said this is basically Sisyphus with cans. Oh my god, that's funny.
Ah!
You know the guy who rolled up the ball? Oh god! Oh
yeah,
god!
get fucked! Got the trash
man
man on
they
us.
were on you, and then they saw the truck, and they were like, "Oh hell no!"
And they saw I'm the trash man.
They full on said, "Nah, we're not dealing with that shit." Holy crap! Uh-oh. Nice. Jesus H.
Ah!
Oh no, no, no,
Ah!
no! Oh my god, he crashed. Got so lucky there. Oh god, you've got a lot of people coming your way.
No!
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay, they lost. I think they lost interest.
No, there's one right behind you. Where's the fucking boost?
Where's the fucking boost?
You are literally being pinched right now. Holy shit!
Yeah!
Oh my god! He took out the other guy! Oh, the truck!
Oh, I gotta go turn in. I gotta go turn in my load. I can't.
Not only don't even see him get knocked out, he's just gone. The truck ate him.
That's the mark.
Oh my god.
Literally, you had it. He took on that truck. Took 100 cans from you.
Streets look cleaner already.
You had the S there. Oh my fucking Christ. The truck put him in the glitch space. Oh damn, only 74 more cans and you'll rank up.
You gotta go let out your load.
RECYCLE, recycle. CONSERVE, conserve. Don't do POLLUTE, pollute the rivers, sky or sea, or else you're gonna get what you deserve.
You're gonna get what you deserve.
I didn't realize.
Somebody who watches Rocco's Modern Life, I got it.
I didn't realize that the homunculus had such a beautiful voice.
Was singing along with it.
I know. I know.
I can't sing for shit. I apologize, everyone.
No, listen. I also can't collect cans for shit, obviously. But I feel like we gotta do it one more time. This time without crashing, okay?
I mean, 74 more cans and you level up.
I mean, we're right there. We may as well do it, right? One more time for Pepsi Man, chat.
Let's do it.
I think we gotta do it, yeah. Starting.
Holy shit, that was funny. Just the
1,
truck.
2, 3, 4. Ah, Henry! Hi, Henry! Go away, please. Ooh, more cans. Whoa!
Oh god, oh god! That guy was on your ass! Oh, bam! That was close. Dude, you were circling around this boost. You were circling around this boost.
I need to just keep going.
Oh my god, you just took out that pose.
I just need to keep going.
No, it's not, Sax. Look, it's just doing it for fun. For the fun.
Yeah.
Ah! Oh god! That was so close.
Ah, he's on my tail.
Caught you. Oh my god, there's so many of them out now.
I know. Damn it.
Don't do it again.
I can't. I do not have the space. I don't have the time for it. Oh, I can still do it. Ah, he ran into the thing.
He took himself out.
Yeah. Nah, that's a big brain play right there.
Alright, here comes this woman with the bag.
I gotta go get the garbage.
Oh. Oh my Lord have mercy. Oh, she's still going.
Holy shit.
Truck.
Ah! I can finesse. Another one got taken out.
That guy got killed. Oh, you got it.
I broke my record.
Now we get 800 though.
Maybe I can get 800. Hell yeah.
Nice. I mean, he kind of is JoJo, but can you blame me with some of the stuff he does?
No, Pepsi.
Set to the glitch space.
Yeah, Pepsi Man is not the actual song for this. I just added it.
819 cans. Holy.
Come on. What's my new rank?
That was a lot of points.
Warrior of Cans.
2,225 to rank up.
You're a tried and true can collector now. Here's a little something to commemorate you leveling up. Oh, a login bonus. Thanks, Con-san. Just keep snagging and spending. I'm counting on you. You know it. I'll be back.
I mean, now you've got a ton of points to spend.
You gotta can or be trucked. God, man, so many people got dog walked by that truck, dude. That's incredible.
Truck was on a killing spree.
It was. I only got hit by it once, though. It was like I was a sitting duck there, though.
You were. I was just like, the truck.
The truck. The truck. This it's really fun. What can I say?
What else is further down? I'm curious.
They got you unleashed.
I mean, you're only 5,000 points away from affording one of those. Well, 50,000.
I'm 50,000 points away, which is a lot more than you'd think. So, I can trade it in for actual money, but I feel like that would be a huge waste. So, I'm probably gonna get more. I'm gonna get some sake. A refreshing drink. A half empty drink. Ew.
Oh, it's literally half empty water.
I don't like that. That's sus. Disposed bento.
And the disposed bento is any better?
Well, I would have to assume it's better than half-eaten bento. Like, this one is probably just stale. Right?
Maybe.
And it probably has the plastic wrap still on it. Maybe. So...
There's a lot of maybes right now.
Yeah, a lot of uncertainty going around right now in the Yakuza land. Okay,
Well,
I think we got our fill of cans for now. There's a lot of other things that we could do to explore. I'm gonna run around a little bit here. Wait, what's? Oh, I already talked to that
you
kid.
already talked to them.
I already talked to him. What's up here?
Warrior, where's Kofi?
Where's Kofi? Oh yeah. Who knew that collecting cans could be so exhilarating? Wait. Oh, hello.
Oh my god.
I didn't know there would be no invisible wall there.
Oh, there was trash you could check there.
Oh yeah, that's right. We have secondary occupation next to trash, or rather next to trash collecting. Trash searching. Rough hide.
Rough hide? Yeah, I think that's all crafting material for like other stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's funny though. That truck was just merciless.
It was so funny, dude.
It was in it. That truck was like, I've had enough of these can collectors.
Pepsi Man versus Sprite Boy, Dawn of Beverage. Sprite wins. Listen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Listen, I just don't like any of the dark sodas, really. Right?
I mean, I like Coke a lot more than Pepsi.
I don't like either of them. I enjoy the clearer ones, really. Wait, what? What are you?
Slugger.
What the? Ow!
Oh my god!
I didn't know that he would start. Okay. Actually, Sprite Boy is an old Coca-Cola mascot from the 1940s.
Oh yeah, now you can see this with Adachi involved.
Oh, he has gloves. My god. What does Adachi do? Oh, he just beats him up. He basically does nothing. Hell yeah. Oh my god!
You hit him into the streets.
Wait. Can I push him into the street? I really want to just push him into the street. Please, no!
Oh.
Get in the road! We're holding up traffic.
Causing a traffic jam.
Run him over, guys.
Let's go. I got this.
Do you hear the guys behind
They're
us?
like, get off the fucking
Get off the fucking street!
Jesus Christ. Damn, a nice amount of money there. Also, yes, that can happen. Like, if you actually hit someone into the streets, a car can hit them and it'll do damage.
That's awesome. I love that.
It's kind of situational, but it can happen. I was gonna say the same thing, Mark. I was gonna say, I gotta get to work!
Yeah, I got a job to do, God. Listen, when justice needs dispensing, your work can wait. No, I want to see. I want to see more of like what's around here. I know that we have a thing over here. I'll mark it.
Just be careful, obviously. Wait a minute. Is this place just called Isekai Road?
Isekai Road. Looks like it. So how much money do we have? We got enough. Man, I'm wasting all the money. Dude, the points. Dude, the can collecting points don't give you shit.
Damn. I mean, you're buying stuff for homeless people, so of course.
Isekai Road, the domain of truck. Oh my god, the one that gets hit by the truck.
Oh my god. You're literally buying addicting bite-sized Haraj? I don't know how that's pronounced, but either way.
Chicken item. Special Frankfurter. Special super spicy Frankfurter. Refreshing drink. Why would I buy this when this just gives me just as much? And it's 10 yen less.
Because you can carry both. That's not a joke. Like, you can carry both, so
Oh no,
it's not
I know
like
that.
it's just kind of like how you could buy all the sodas in Persona 3, and just use like carry all of the SP healing ones and such like that.
So is this... Wait.
Oh, it's a gambling place. It's slots.
Chat, I feel like... Chat. Let's go gambling!
We've lost them, people.
Let's go gambling, chat! I don't know how to do this. Ow.
It's pachinko, that's why.
Let's go gambling, chat. Buy 50 topens?
For 1,000.
Ow. Ow.
This is supposed to be based on Fist of the North Star or something?
This is based on Fist of the North Star. I remember they had a Yakuza-like game for Fist of the North Star.
Oh yeah, they did. It's really good.
How do you work this thing? Oh.
You have to press the other buttons for the other slots.
Oh.
No, you have to unlock them. Yeah, there you go.
Max bet. Hey, I got a thing, I think.
Wait, total spins? Oh God.
How many? What the? Soup. Do you? I'm not sure if. I don't know. I'm not knowledgeable of Fist of the North Star. All I saw was Let's Go Gambling. What the? Hey! So. Yeah! Oh no. Oh no. I enjoy seeing the things. Chat. What the? Okay. What? I have no clue what's happening, chat. All I know is thing matches up and that's good. Like, what do you...
We've lost him, chat.
What do you do? Oh, hey, I'm connecting things. I have no clue what... I have no clue what it means, chat. The numbers, what do they mean? Gamba, gamba, gamba. What? Take note when the stage changes a bit differently. What? What do you mean? I have no influence over that. Yeah, this is like footage taken from like their Fist of the North Star game, I think. What? Dude, I'm not so good at gambling, I think.
This is almost as or more entertaining than the bottle section.
Than the bottle section.
Oh, there you go. You've got a mark on there now.
Hey, cool. I don't know what that does for me. Maybe I should have like read what this does.
Maybe.
Oh, well, I guess we're auto-playing now.
You want to let it play itself.
I guess so. Hey, the AI is winning more than me. The game is winning more than me.
Is it? I really can't tell.
Well, I'm hearing good sounds like doo-doo-doo. Like that's good noise to me. Doo-doo-doo. I really, in all honesty, I can't tell either. Oh wait, no, it's not. They're just using the metals. What does this do for you, though?
I mean, you can win. You can earn money.
I don't think I'm earning money, though.
Yeah. Out.
This is almost as or more entertaining than the bottle section. Well, the can collecting stuff, I knew what I was doing there. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Look up what this is like. Yeah, like you see, like it shows like this kind of stuff.
Welcome, sir. You can exchange your tokens for prizes. I kind of used up all of them.
That's the whole thing, is that you have to earn tokens to get prizes.
Oh, okay. Well,
so you didn't get much in the way of tokens.
That sucked, dude. I'm gonna go check the rules.
I'm going back in. That sucked. I'm going back in.
So.
Oh no, yeah. Soten no Ken Ponyo. I think that's a spin-off of Fist of the North Star.
Looks like it. Million God? Return of the Gods. These are all like occupied machines here.
Well, if there's a person, then yeah. If it's empty. Oh, it shows you the amount of spins and otherwise as well.
Oh.
Basically, it means like if somebody's been on the machine a while. I'm guessing if somebody's been on the machine a while, it has higher chances.
You know what, Chad? I think I'm done with gambling for now.
Just wasted 1,000 yen on gambling.
Listen, I'm quitting while I'm ahead, okay?
Oh, there's somebody to talk to there.
Yeah. Order recommendation. Great combo meals.
Who's up? Me.
Tasty.
I mean, hey, now he has friends to eat with.
Yeah, exactly. The bikes keep on getting disrespected, dude.
You're the one standing as Logan. What is your deal? What the bikes ever do to you?
Yeah, now they're coming to beat me up for disrespecting the bikes.
Wait, Restless Otaku?
Oh no. We're doing this on Isekai Street?
Oh no. The bikes!
They keep on getting hurt.
Can't you do the big swing here?
I can do the mega swing here.
Because you're like surrounded right now.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
What the?
Oh, the bike was in the way.
and now it's broken. He pounded an energy drink.
Oh.
I love how they have red eyes.
His stats just went up.
Bam. There you go.
Glow stick gash. Oh my
Ew.
god.
Wow. Ouch. Okay.
Glow sticks hurt.
Alright, let's try and just get him down on the ground. There you go. Didn't need to do much there. Hey, cool. Now I can walk into new areas and not worry about getting the shit beat out of me. Oh, hey, it's this guy again. Do you think Joe Henry will show up in the Royal Rumble? I think that'd be cool. But that's the old guy who's friends with that Shota kid. Wasn't he saying that he was going to get him a present?
Hey.
Yo, you find a present for the kid?
Want me to voice him?
Yes, please.
Oh, hey there. About that. Any idea what kids like these days? Try as I might, I just couldn't think of anything Shota-kun would like.
Figured maybe you'd know more about that. You ever ask him about what he likes and stuff?
Well, I do see him reading books a lot, but he's kind of reserved on that front. Doesn't exactly tell me those sorts of things.
Sure.
What to do? Anything come to mind, Kasuga-san?
What? Handmade goods. What if you built the kid a bookshelf? He reads a lot, so that could be cool, right?
You really think a kid of today want a bookshelf?
No.
No. I think what's more important is that you put thought into it.
Well, that's fair. And a bookshelf shouldn't be too hard to make. Alright, let's go with that.
Cool. A bookshelf it is. Well, good luck with that.
Well, Kasuga-san, I know it's a bit selfish of me to ask, but you think you can help me out with building this bookshelf? Even just gathering the materials? I've never done something like this before.
Sure thing.
Alright, sure. I'm the one who brought it up. I may as well help out.
Oh man, thank you, Kasuga-san. I'll get the tools if I can leave the wood and nails to you, Kasuga.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. I'll meet you back over here where we first met once I'm done.
Sounds good. South of Sakura River Street. I'm counting on you, Kasuga-san.
Playboy magazine. I don't think that kid would like that. Alright.
And you say that, but that was actually a thing in a sub story in Yakuza 1.
Oh, I know.
I'm not joking. It's like Dan, you're
It's
actually on the
almost
money
time for a
there.
90 seconds
even if you're
Cheetos break, my dudes.
Man, okay. Well, we gotta go on break here soon anyways, because I want to get food. So, we're gonna go do that. I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be right back, y'all. And then, how long have we been going on this? Almost 3 hours at this point.
Yep.
And then we'll probably play for like another hour, and then we'll call it. All right?
Alrighty.
See y'all in a bit.
It's break time. Where the heck the Cheetos, my dudes? Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hello, Mario.
It's break time. Where the heck's the Cheetos, my dudes? Om nom nom, oh excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey chat, how's it going?
Another Gitsy.
Wait, which one was this? No, don't tell me.
I guess we'll see in a minute.
The ape is back.
Oh my God, it's Donkey Kong.
Donkey Kong Country.
Donkey Kong!
Donkey Kong!
Yeah, so I have this tendency where I need to lick every controller that I see. Donkey Kong!
Put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the characters and all other graphics
That's a Scott the Woz thing, I know
computer
it.
modeling from all sides and angles of the objects. Thus, animation is
But no,
totally complete and uninhibited.
we're back,
using
everyone.
any
I'm
view of the
Giraffe
object.
Stev.
The
I just got back
technology
from
is not incredibly
pissing
different
into a
than
toilet,
knowledge
not the
used to
river.
create the dinosaurs of Steven
Good.
Spielberg's
And now I'm
Jurassic
back to
Park
bringing you
or the wonders of
unfiltered
the map.
content
One of the best
here on
examples of the 3D
Twitch.tv.
rendering in this game is
Okay,
the
maybe
water
not so
level.
good.
The shark, also known as Chomps Jr., is an incredible sight.
First off, Derps, thank you for the raid, my friend. I'm sorry I didn't thank you. Verbally, I was not here at my desk. I was away from the desk, but thank you for the
By
raid.
Nintendo's Tony Harmon will be the next standard in video game animation.
Okay, I
and
need
graphics.
to mute George's spiel here while I give my spiel. I'm Giraffe Stev, president of the Womboy Club, large enjoyer of all things gaming, wrestling, other hyperfixations, and my stinky cat. Tonight we are playing Yakuza Like a Dragon. Between can collecting and catching people pissing in the river, we might actually continue the story here tonight. No guarantees though. I'm joined, as I probably will be usually during this playthrough, by my friend Nelson. If you are new to my stuff, consider following. I do a lot of wrestling shit. I do a lot of role-playing games and strategy games and stuff of that nature. And I like to create my own little characters and worlds as well within the games I play and tell my own stories. If that sounds great to you, consider following. And also join the Discord server where we do watch-alongs, and I also take audience input on certain topics and also promote audience engagement in certain types of streams. One of which I will be talking about later tonight, so be around for that. Anyways, you were trying to say something, Nelson?
Dark Raven said I got back from pissing on the moon.
Moon, by the way. Pissing on the moon!
All right,
how do you like...
so now we gotta... Oh.
Oh. What the...
What? Oh, no. Oh, no.
The hell is that? Ah! No!
Yep.
No. No, 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 no.
Yep. Who's the Suchiban?
Dude!
Crazy off the streets.
Well, that's gonna get me TOS'd.
Roger.
Yeah, we gotta beat this guy up. This guy's weird. He has no transformation. He's just really weird already.
I don't think he has a transformation because he's like, yeah, fuck this shit.
This guy's already a weirdo for sure. What the fuck is that? Degenerate? I mean, dude, if you're just flashing me in public unprompted, then yeah, I would probably say that. Wow.
Degenerates like you belong on a cross.
I cannot believe that this is Nelson, I can't believe this is the first thing we come back to, just off the bat.
Yeah.
Why is there so much penis in this stream?
Welcome to Yakuza.
Why is there so much dick in this stream, chat? Quit. Yeah, I'm quitting. I'm returning this.
That's the guy who says shove it up your ass.
Well, listen, that's ass.
He's resistant to
shove it up your ass!
He's resistant to physical attacks.
Dude, what was with the butt bounce there? That was crazy. I'm gonna beat this guy up. Send you back to your mom's basement. Oh no, I think he's resisted to wait, behind the veil. No! No! Itachi was silent.
This is hopeless.
I mean, I literally just said that he's resistant to physical.
Dude. Well, there goes all our viewership. I gotta eat a lettuce sandwich now.
Hello, Mario.
In any Yakuza game, the first thing you commonly see is not a degenerate on the street, and he flashes me?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Drumstick Pony.
Dude, we've had so much in this stream. We've had things getting shoved up asses. We've had people pissing in the river. A guy just exposed himself to me. Dude, this is this right here is the lewd content that has been missing from my stuff. I generally don't allow lewdness in my own server, but I guess this is where all that energy goes. Again, unfiltered content here on Twitch.tv. This right here was the unfiltered content I was promising, I guess. Dude, he's weak to everything. Dude, he's resistant to everything.
Actually, buddy, I have a better chance for this.
You sick fuck indeed. Jan P-Fall, hello, welcome to tonight's Longboy Club meeting. I'm sorry in advance. Pyro Belch, what is... Come on, you cannot be resistant to this. Okay, you're weak to magic, damn it. Holy shit!
He's dead. You were trying so hard to beat his ass, you didn't even think about just setting him on fire.
That man's penis is no longer in existence. I burned it off.
Him from this world.
I burned him into a life of erectile dysfunction.
Oh my, what the fuck?
Ah! What is this game doing to me?
Did you fucking say that? Why? You had so many different things you could have said there.
I gave his dick the Cade treatment.
Hear him hitting against.
I am asexual, chat.
Nothing
I promise.
beats a
cool, refreshing sip of water. Thank you, Drumstick. Welcome to tonight's Lawn Boy Club meeting. You haven't been here for a while. I'm sorry this is what you had to come back to.
Hello, Mario.
There's so many different things. The sausage streams.
What do I do from this point forward, chat?
Oh my god!
He won't be doing that, chat. I burned his dick off.
Oh my god.
He will not be doing that. Nelson.
I'm not doing that.
I swear, sometimes this city gets uglier and uglier every step.
You'll get used to it.
I'd really rather not.
Yeah, same.
Like we've got ourselves quite the specimen.
The specimen?
I knew I'd run into an unclassified sooner or later.
Oh my god.
Classified?
Now let's see what data you're hiding.
Data? What?
Name. What should that be? Turncoat Titillator should do it.
Hey, what are you doing?
This guy's a villain for sure.
Oh, sorry.
This guy's a super villain for sure.
Here, and I might have gotten a little carried away.
You're
I hateable vermin.
Some kind of researcher?
Yes, the name's Professor Morikasa, but most people call me the Sujiman Sensei.
Sujiman Sensei? What is that exactly?
I catch your interest? How about you swing by my lab? I can explain more there. And as thanks for helping me subdue that specimen, I'll make you some tea or snacks or whatever you like.
That sounds great. Hey, Ichiban, let's go.
I don't know. Doesn't he seem a little sketchy to you?
You won't make it in this city if you bite the hand that feeds you. Besides, I take free over sketchy every day. Now let's get a move on.
Fine.
Dude, the free is what makes it sketchy.
Exactly.
This place I call the Sujiman Center. It's a fully functional research lab.
You mean your fully random office room?
Anyway, you came here to learn about Sujiman, did you? Allow me to explain.
That scream that came out of me earlier was so guttural.
I don't know what to do with this information, chat. I'm truly gobsmacked. Truly baffled. Lost for words. Speechless. Words have been taken out my mouth and thrown into the river with that man's piss. Because I don't know. I do not know.
You went from collecting cans to this.
What a lifestyle, you know? What a lifestyle.
Lifestyle of the hero.
Truly, the lifestyle of a hobo hero. We are living like a hobo hero, chat. What a lifestyle. Yeah, I'm doing... The game is going well. Do not take this... Don't take it too seriously. I'm enjoying myself a lot with this. I'm just taken aback by just what we're experiencing right now.
Well, time to continue.
I guess we need to.
Sujiman are monsters of men that make you super jittery, but super jittery men didn't have much of a ring to it. Hence, Sujiman.
Oh.
Okay, sure, it's a stretch, but all you need to know is that they're the definition of bad. Society needed a concept for men that give you the creeps and attack without warning, and that's a Sujiman.
And you're going around collecting their data. Why?
I do it for the sake of world peace.
Bro, you look like a villain.
Think about it.
There's nothing peaceful about you.
With all manner of degenerates and criminals. Just take a look around you.
I'm pretty sure this is like the plot of Death Note.
How many bad guys are out there wandering around? And how are they classified? Can you give me an answer?
Not when you put it that way.
Indeed.
I mean, we had a guy who was pissing in the river earlier, so...
Guys are out there. How can I identify them? They're generally left to wonder. And because they're left wondering, they go up to one of these bad guys out of sheer curiosity, and often end up paying the ultimate price. That's why I'm recording who these monsters are.
The ultimate price.
By doing so, I can lessen their impact on society by keeping people out of harm's way.
That makes sense. Guess it takes a sketchy scientist to research sketchy people. But what made you decide to do this in the first place?
Let's just say I had a rough past. The takeaway here is that I'm contributing to a peaceful world, and I take that very seriously.
So, how much data have you collected so far?
The thing is, every time I run into a bad guy, they always rush over to beat me down before I can gather data. You might say that's hampered progress.
Yeah, I bet that would.
I'm at my limit here. If only I could find an honest, maybe even slightly reckless guy who wouldn't shy away from random enemy encounters or getting his hands dirty.
Don't look at me, dude.
Well, hope you find your guy.
Yes. Walk out of there, dude.
Hear me out for a minute.
What? Don't tell me you want us to collect a bunch of weirdo data.
You hit the
That was the correct response.
Yeah.
To be like, well, hope you find your guy.
All I need is a little battle data whenever a battle does happen. Besides,
I know what music to play whenever that happens, chat.
Get into brawls fairly regularly. Yes? So I was thinking, why not gather data while you're at it?
Easier said than done.
Perhaps. But a comprehensive Sujimon encyclopedia is what this world needs. How about I throw in some completion rewards? Oh, now I see those ears perk up.
Hear that? Let's do it, Ichiban.
I guess I do like completion rewards.
Nanba has no shame.
This really does help society.
I mean, he's homeless.
That's true. You don't...
Exactly.
I imagine when you're on the streets, you learn to lose your shame.
So, how do we go about recording your data anyway?
Ah, that's simple. This custom application I made does all of the work.
The Suji Dex app
was
installed.
Suji Dex.
Dude, that's gonna get me on some watch list somewhere. Take that off.
As for how it operates, well, I think a live demonstration might best get you up to speed. Hey, time to earn your keep.
Huh? What? It's
Yakuza?
Sonic. It's Sonic Heroes.
They're assistants who specialize in field work. Now, what's your favorite color? Red, blue, or green?
I love how it zooms in.
Not sure where you're going with this, but...
I don't like any of these colors as much. I like orange and purple the most. Like, none of these guys are my color scheme.
I mean, green works for me.
I know green works for you. I mean, I'm green right now. I'm feeling pretty sick over this. So, if anything, let's keep with the trend.
Let's go with green.
Okay then, green it is. All right, you two, give green here some backup.
Huh? Wait, are we just trashing this? Are we trashing this place?
Of what I pay you for.
Huh? Don't tell me you want us to fight.
Yes, in fact I do. Every time you wall up an enemy, the Suji Dex app kicks in. It records battle data automatically.
That's freaking nuts.
Gentlemen,
wait.
I choose you.
My
Get
God.
ready for a Sujimon battle.
You're going down.
Chat. Chat. I feel like I need to do this, okay? What the I'm going to ignore that just happened. I feel like I need to do this, given how it's Pokemon. We're essentially doing Pokemon now, so I feel like I need to do it. And it's a random encounter.
Hello, Mario.
Do you hear it, Nelson?
Yeah, I hear it.
Good. Holy crap, okay. Oh, wow. I got him a lot. I got him good. Pigeons indoors. Summon pigeons.
And I think we have health.
Ow.
Oh, he's weak to that.
Observing the area. What is there to observe? We're in a closed space. Turn on the Pokemon music. I was way ahead of you, Ashley. Damn! Up your ass! Suspicious behavior. Let's see. Gnarly breath. Healing powder. Okay, I can restore an ally's health now. Pitiful look. Let's see if this works. I just want to see. Bed without hesitation. Namba didn't receive anything.
Oh my god.
This guy is... Wait. He's observing the area. Dude, why do you keep observing? Ooh! There you go.
There we go.
Cool.
Oh, look at that. Suji Dex, red Sujimon green. Oh
What?
my god.
What the hell? Is this how the game, like, tracks enemy data?
It might be.
Like, will this be, like, an encyclopedia for like, every type of enemy that I fight?
Again, it might be.
Impressive. Clearly, I chose the right people for the job. Keep that up and you'll be the best, like no one ever was.
God damn it.
Damn it.
Kind of.
Ah!
So where's the data at?
Right. Why don't you tap that app and see for yourself?
I really feel like this guy just put malware on Ichiban's... Yeah, see?
Oh, keep track of all
Oh my
the
god!
enemies you fought.
They put Gomi in there? They also put the Piss Wizard! I love that that's his name.
Oh my god. It says you've only seen 5.
I've seen way more than 5, brother. Come on. I've seen way more than 5 different types of enemies in this video game. Get out of here. Okay, so he's weak to electricity. He's weak to water.
Rarity? Wait a minute, there's rarities?
Red Sujimon, blue Sujimon, green Sujimon.
What is this game?
Used to piss in the river every day. Public urination was his life's work. Oh,
What is this fucking game at this point?
owner of a pawn shop, unable to sell the items that reminded him of his late wife, his shop became more of a junk hoard. I mean, that is what happened. A Sujimon badgered by Sujimon sensei into wearing a red suit. A Sujimon browbeaten by Sujimon sensei into wearing a green suit. Bullied into it? Wow.
Dude, 252.
I love how each of the verbs here are B words. You got badgered, bullied, and browbeaten.
Browbeaten.
They have little animations too. They have little voices too, like the Pokemon.
Yep.
This game has so much charm. I love it.
That's the idea. Defeat lots of Sujimon, collect lots of data.
And he's probably going to give us rewards over time.
I'll reward you for the job. Expect to get some emails as you hit completion milestones.
Hope it's not more trouble than it's worth.
Well, there's something in it for us, so we might as well give it a try. We're in no position to be picky.
Yeah, you're right.
So this guy's like the fucked up Professor Oak then.
The world's counting on you, so you gotta dispatch them all. Then you'll be the next Sujimon master.
You know what?
Who's that Sujimon?
I don't like Pokemon all that much, but I guess this is the next best thing. See, I played a Pokemon game before. Here it is.
This game is... I don't even have a comment anymore.
Oh, yes. This game is for the real sickos. I love it.
I just don't have any more comments at this point. I've ran out.
Oh, yes. I am very happy about this.
Oh, yeah, we're here at this place.
God, I would have this 0 other ways. I think we should just go into the bathhouse, right?
Yeah.
Unless there's something else we want to do. There's a sub-story over the... Wait, what? What's that? Is this like... It's probably where we...
That's the Sujimon. Wait a minute, check the legend. See what it is.
Location list.
Not locations. That's an icon.
No, I know. I'm trying to, like, see it, but your head's in the way. I'm gonna make you go away for a second.
No!
Not giving me anything. Alright, Nelson, you're
No!
back. It's not giving me anything. I think I need to just go over there and check. I'm gonna go check. This game is brilliant. I'm loving it so far. There's so much I love about this. Like, everything is like a spoof on something. I love it. Wait, what are you? Oh, you're punklings. Bob, we're holding up traffic again.
God damn it.
We're holding up traffic once again.
Fashion policer?
Oh, I don't like you. Damn! What the? Sharpen his weapon. Uh-oh. I think I need to take you out. Nice.
Let's go.
Yeah. Yep, I didn't think about that. I did not think about that. Ow! Dang. So what are you guys weak to? Are you weak to Pyro Belch? Okay, yeah, you are.
Get alive.
Nice.
Cars just honking the horn.
Yeah.
Get off the streets!
How about you try and get out here and dealing with these? Jeez. Okay, they're moving. Traffic's moving again. They're all just like taking turns at the stop. So are you weak to this? No, you're not. Ow! Ow!
That was the back of the head.
That was the
Ouch.
back of the fucking head.
Oh yeah, there you go. Sujimon Dex. You got more data.
Yeah.
I'm guessing now you'll start collecting data on enemies, kind of like.
Yeah, like as I find more enemies, I'll be collecting data on them. Suji Dex. Yeah, right here.
Yep, there it is. Punkling.
Punkling. Punkling. A punk running with a certain gang. Used as expendable frontline fodder in their raids.
Damn.
Dude, imagine that's your calling in life. That's crazy. Bob Cutter. Fashion policer. Oh my god. Your hair.
They're weak to electricity?
Your hair needs policing. A bull-headed designer who tries to force makeovers on those with zero fashion sense. Keeps fabric shears on hand 24/7. A stubborn beautician whose a solution for any bad haircut is changing it to a bob cut. That's awful, actually. I don't like that. I'm glad we put him down.
Fashion assaulter.
Fashion assaulter is good.
Isn't that where you were supposed to go?
Over here.
Oh no, it's further down. It's further down. Okay.
Further down the road, yeah.
We're out of Isekai District.
We have no more weeps over here. No, we were just there again.
Oh, now we're in Koreatown.
Ah, shit. Okay, fine. We can take them. Oh, no, I don't know if we can take them.
Whoa. I see a level 15 in there.
Urban Ranger?
Well, there's a level 15 in this.
Got the hell out of there.
I just love how the running animation looks. They're just like...
Yeah, they're just scampering away.
Like, nope, get the fuck out of here.
I'm pretty sure that where I need to go was just down that road.
Yep. Like, no, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
So wait, we need to... Is this right? Is it right here? No, that's...
No, probably
that's the way
further
out.
in.
Yeah. Hateable vermin in chat.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, there we go. Down there.
Yeah, this is perfectly okay. I'm absolutely fine with this.
Magic booster.
I don't like the sound of magic booster.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, this is where he is. That's what that icon is.
Some of the items dropped by the Sujimon are valuable. Keep an eye out for them. Dude,
So that's what that icon.
Yeah, that's what the icon is. It's where I go talk to what's his nuts. What's his name? Sujimon Sensei. Okay.
Ashley's like, this looks so much like Japan. They could have taken photos, just put. That's the thing. Like, they have based a lot of these locations off of actual places in Japan. Like, again, in Yakuza 5, for example, they actually have, like, I forgot what it was, but what's that tower in Sapporo? Because I know that they have that
Millennium
in Sapporo.
Tower? Millennium Tower?
No, that's Kamurocho.
Right.
No. There's like this. I forgot what it is, but it's like this kind of like structure that's like well known in Sapporo. I think it's Sapporo, anyways. Hang on, let me look it up real quick.
I hope this game doesn't have Sujimon breeding. Oh god. That's not where I need to go. I need to go to the Soapland. Is there like a Sega arcade here at all, or are we just not gonna get that? There's Mahjong. Oh, do not run out. Don't run out into traffic again.
Sorry, it's not Sapporo. My fault. It was. Susukino, it looks like.
Doesn't exist in the Tower of... Okay. What's it called?
Okay, found it. It's called Tsukimino in game. It's called Tsukimino in game, but it's based off of Susukino.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I like check their... Can I check their data like on the fly? Or do I need to like beat them up first? Okay, yeah, like I need to beat them up first because up until this point everything hasn't counted towards the completion of the decks. Ooh, damn. Berserker.
Oh, I was wrong. It isn't that. It was, yeah, I was correct. It was Sapporo. It was Sapporo. I'm so sorry for that mistake. Yeah, it was Sapporo. Yep, I just read that now. And the tower is in Sapporo. It's Sapporo. Yeah, thank you, Ashley. I got my names incorrect. It was Sapporo that has that tower. They actually have that in Yakuza 5 when you go there as Sajima. Even having the little park area, like right near it, where literally you could do snowball fights.
I love that.
I'm not joking. That's it's literally a first-person minigame where you're doing snowball fights against people.
So wait, I can like unequip this, right?
No.
No?
Because that's the reason why is because that weapon is based on your job, your current job that you're going on.
Okay. And can I switch jobs?
I think so, but not right now. I think that comes later.
Okay, well then maybe I should progress the story then.
Yeah, there we go, there we go. Yeah, because around the time of Yakuza 5, it happens during the holidays, but apparently they also have like the snow festival happening in that same time frame. This is me saying this to Ashley, because yeah, like they have like a lot of that kind of like stuff in Sapporo, and it really is probably one of the more standout locations in the series.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very well represented. I heard that.
Push him into more bikes. Wait, that's another taxi. Oh, it only takes you around certain... Okay. Wait. I could drive to Can Quest. How about this? By the time when we're looking to wrap up here tonight, we'll do one more run of Can Quest. All right.
Actually, like Sapporo looks quite different than most Japanese. I can believe that. Like Sapporo is represented not just in Yakuza 5, but it actually is also represented in Persona 5 Strikers.
Ooh, okay. A lot of it
Granted,
is...
that one's during the summer, so yeah, you don't really get to see the snow festival, but still.
A lot of it is underground due to low temps in the winter.
I can believe that. Because before you go to Sapporo, you... Oh, let me let this go play out. Go ahead.
Son, their time is up. Okay, go ahead and clean up the room, then count today's take. Front desk. The faucet's stuck? Well, just use the same bath water for the next customer.
Oh yeah, that's right. We need to get jobs.
I know it's dirty.
Ew.
Just use a bath bomb. They're behind the sink. Make it cloudy enough, we'll notice. Hello, this is Otohime Land. Oh, Nanaha-chan. Oh, really? So you're taking the day off. But didn't you have your period 2 weeks ago? You're missing too much work. And if your excuses are true, you should get that checked out. I mean, it sounds like a serious medical issue. And if it keeps you out of work, how are you going to pay for your dear old dad's care, huh? Seems like your life would be easier if he just died already. But I guess that's out of your control.
Bro, you didn't need to go there.
Are you crying? Oh, come on. I only say these things because I'm your boss. I can't be your therapist, too. But come back in as soon as you feel better, okay? Bye.
This guy seems like a real piece of work.
I tell ya, girls these days. So, you folks are here about the job we posted, I assume?
Sorry. I don't think I want to be employed here.
Not a fan of anything I just heard. You out too, Kasuga?
I don't blame you.
So, you came all the way here just to insult me in my place of business? I'll have you know, Hello Work practically begged me to hire you three. They told me you'd be willing to do anything.
I don't care what they told you. We've still got principles.
Yeah, I'm grateful that Kanbei put in a good word, but I pass. Plenty of other jobs out there. Let's go, Ichiban.
Oh.
Ichiban, what's the holdup? Come on, let's go. You heard him on the phone, didn't you? I've been to my share of back alley soap lands, but this guy's gotta be the worst I've ever seen.
The girls don't deserve that kind of treatment.
Oh.
Hey, there a problem? You better not cause any trouble here. I'll call the Yakuza. We're with the Seiryu clan, you know? The Seiryu clan? You really sure you want to start something?
This is Seiryu clan territory?
Well, this just got complicated. Hey, Kasuga, we need a scram.
Why
Come
are you
on.
looking at me like that? I'll call them. I will.
I'll take the job. I'll start anytime you want, boss.
Huh?
Wait, what are you doing?
Based on what I just heard, you got a lot of issues here, from plumbing to personnel. You need a hand, and I've got 16 years of direct experience in this industry. I know what works in these places, and I can even go scout some fresh talent for you. What do you say?
Yeah, but what about those two?
Prostitution's gotta go! No more Ichicho!
These guys again.
Yep. These motherfuckers are back.
PETA, but for prostitution. A group of pests called Bleach Japan. Can't believe they're already back. Same guys as the other day. They've been demonstrating in front of my shop for a few days in a row now, like clockwork. It's a pain in the ass. They're specifically targeting you with these protests. We're the last place in the area that's open about being a bathhouse. The others have all rebranded as men's salons or bubble massages. That makes it harder for Bleach Japan to build a case against them. So they come after us since we're still open about being a soapland. They think if they can close me down, it'll start a shockwave and clean out the rest of the area. Am I lucky or what? And the Yakuza won't protect you? I tried complaining to the Seiryu clan once. They had some lame excuse, and they showed up after everything had quieted down. Besides, Bleach Japan's ranks are filled with the types who read up on anti-Yakuza lawsuits for the fun of it. Those kind of people are tough for even the Yakuza to deal with. That's the Yakuza for you. So if I can't go to the Yakuza, and I can't go to the police, who do I turn to? Even my employees are quitting to avoid being harassed. I'm at the end of my rope over here. So that's why you're understaffed. But basically, you're saying as long as the girls stick around, you can still run your business. That said, between Bleach Japan and the way you treat them, I wouldn't count on them sticking around either. You don't get it at all. Girls who come here to work already have their backs against the wall. The girls who work here are all Japanese, but they're in the same situations as an immigrant who came here to get away from whatever it may be. Losing a job like this may as well be deportation. They've got no one to go back to or rely on. I always figured it was the money that brought girls to this kind of work. Of course, a lot of people who come get tempted to this side of things because it sounds lucrative. But those are the types who think they'll strike it rich without doing any real work. As soon as things take a turn for the worse, they run for the hills. That's why I only hire women so far out on the ledge that they can't afford to take another step back. Women like that work like their lives depend on it, and that's what keeps my business stable. Stable my ass. You're just taking advantage of women at their lowest. You're the scum of the earth. Say what you will, but lust weighs on the soul just as heavy as hunger, if not more so. Except with lust, you can't just satiate it at your local deli. You have to hold it until you find an outlet. So as long as women are willing to be on the menu, men are going to place orders. That's the world we live in.
It's fucked, but it's not wrong.
No, it's not. Whatever. If we drive that guy off, will you hire us or not? Hasuga, after everything this slimeball just said, you still want to work here? I certainly don't. This guy's nothing like Hamoko. The world would be better off if we let Bleach Japan take him down. Shut up, it's work. And I can't afford to turn that down.
Yeesh.
I'll take your job, and I'll get it done right. You gonna hire us or not? Fine.
I feel like there's some personal stake here since,
oh, no.
like...
100% there's some personal stake here because, you know, this kind of business has a lot of weight to him, you know? And he feels like
after all.
He feels like he needs to take, you know, some sort of responsibility here for this. Because, you know, the soapline industry has given a lot to him. So he feels like he needs to give back to it, you know?
That's at least the impression I'm getting as well, yeah.
Yeah, he feels like he has like a, not necessarily a debt, but something that's like, well, they helped me, I need to help them too. So.
Oh god, this guy's gonna be excited to see who it is.
Prostitution is illegal in Japan, yet this establishment is flaunting it in broad daylight.
Hey.
Working hard as ever, huh?
What?
You guys! From the other day! Why are you here? Oh, well, as of today, we're employees. Employees, huh? My friends, the accomplices of criminals, the purveyors of prostitution, have made themselves known. I'm sorry, criminals? If that was the case, why aren't we getting arrested? Because soaplands are dodging the laws by registering themselves as public bathhouses. My friends, this is what we call a gray zone, the dark stains on Japan. Let us turn this gray to white. We must bleach it out. What about you? You think you're some kind of pure and clean soul yourself? Never committed a single crime.
True.
Of course I obey the law. That's the obligation of every righteous citizen. So you've never even, like, taken a whiz outside? That's technically a crime, you know? Never once. Not in my life. Seriously? What about speeding? Everyone's gone over the speed limit because they were running late. Nope, not a single time.
Hey.
You liar. It's illegal to go even 1 kilometer over the limit. You have to have done that. Afraid not. If you doubt me, then prove it. Prove I've committed these crimes. This guy... Listen, you're not gonna get anything out of a guy like this. You know?
Nope.
Because he is not burdened with the obligation of providing proof. You know? So he can just say shit. He's a fucking troll. Don't feed him.
Yo.
Okay, how about what you're doing right now? All these people blocking the road has gotta be some kind of crime. Isn't it? You're so ignorant, it's funny. We have permits from the Kanagawa police for this demonstration. Yeah, a permit to march on a public road. Do you get it now? The police have been magnanimous enough to let us use this road for our cause. But where you're standing now isn't technically the road. It's the soapland.
Oh.
Yeah. You just broke a law. Also, it says here that there's only supposed to be 10
It's almost
of
time
you.
for 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
No, it's fucking not. Thank you for snoozing. I'm no math. Oh boy, he's gonna do Steiner math, dude. You know, they say all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Bleach Japan and you can see that statement is not true.
There's 15 people.
Yeah. I'm no mathematician, but this looks like more of that. We just got more support than usual today. That's the nature of a protest. The number of people can fluctuate up until the day of. If you don't like it, file a police report. I wouldn't get your hopes up about them coming out to do a head count. The difference between 10 or 15 people isn't worth their time, and certainly not causing any trouble. Well, you're flipping the fucking goalposts, dude.
Yeah.
This is a classic case of goalpost moving. You're on the right track, Kazuga. In that case, I've got a warning for you. The legal definition of a— oh boy. I gotta get out the shine glasses for this one. I'm just pulling out the legal documentations like it's fucking Phoenix right here. The legal definition of a march means you're not allowed to stop moving. If you stop and start giving speeches, that's obstructing traffic. Your right to use this road was predicated on you performing a march. So the fact that you're stopped here is a pretty clear violation. Even if that's technically the rule, every protest stops to give speeches. And the police are fine with that. You know what you call that? A gray zone. Ah! Bow, 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 bow. Wow.
There it is.
Checkmate. Owned with facts and logic. Dude, these guys got owned with facts and logic. We here at the Lawn Boy Club are pro-sex work as long as it's all consent. Relying on a gray area to criticize a gray zone. Man, that's irony. My friends, let's keep going. We're marching. Man. Prostitution's gotta go. Watch where you're going or you'll watch where you're going or you'll trip. Can you voice this guy, please?
All right, fine. Let's see. First, we have Ichiban Kasuga, age 42. Address is... oh, isn't this the one Hamako runs?
Yeah, we're living on the second floor. You know Hamako-san?
A bit, from years ago. Anyway, next is Yu Nanba, age 41.
Huh? Yu Nanba? You mean Nanba was your real name this whole time? After that whole speech you gave me about homeless people using fake names. Shut up. You believed it was fake, and that's what's important. You're just gullible.
What was that?
Dude, we're supposed to be riding high after telling the Bleach Japan guys to fuck off. Come on now.
Okay. And the last guy is Kochi Adachi, who's... wait, age 59?
Yes.
Yeah, only had 2 months to go until I hit retirement, but the Kanagawa police let me go a few days ago.
That's rough.
That's rough, buddy. What? Huh? That's all?
What's all?
No.
I mean, we're a walking trio of red flags, aren't we? A bum, an ex-Yakuza, and a... he fucking gave a thumbs up.
What of it? If I was worried about stuff like that, I'd never find anyone to work for me. And besides, I just happen to have the perfect job for you three.
And that is... I hope you're not gonna make us clean the baths to kick things off.
Nah, I only get that done every 6 months. What I'm really after is her.
Oh boy.
Her name's Nanoha. She's been my top earner for 5 years straight.
That's the girl who called to take the day off and you blew up at her, right?
Yeah, that's right.
She's your top earner, huh? Yeah, you weren't kidding about these girls being on the... Never mind.
I told you.
It's
If all
almost
you've
time
got
for a
for you
90
is being cute
seconds
and young,
Cheetos
you'll
break,
never
my
last.
dudes.
No, not yet.
The core of a soap blend's appeal is service and love. It's emotional depth that makes a repeat customer.
Okay.
Emotions, huh? I guess I could see that. Men are lonely creatures when it comes down to it. Even guys who put up the toughest fronts need a place to be who they really are.
And the depth of a woman's ability to give him that is usually proportional to her own baggage. Nanoha's father is of an age where he can't even move on his own anymore. So she quit her job at a big firm and fell into this world to afford him the best of care.
Wow. Skipping all the stuff between a white-collar job and prostitution is a pretty brave leap.
Yep. That's why she's so good at it. She gives it everything she has, no matter who the customer is. All for the sake of her father. But that being said, she's recently started finding reasons to take days off. This never used to be the case, though. Between Bleach Japan and Nanoha taking days off, sales are really slumping. So that's why I need a hand.
What? A hand? Like, on the customers? Listen.
No, you idiot. I want you to look into why she's taking time off.
I mean, didn't she say it herself? It was because of an irregular period.
I can't take that at face value, knowing her. There aren't a lot of reasons why someone who needs money starts taking a lot of time off.
You think she's got a side piece?
You do know this industry, don't you?
Care to fill in the class?
Yeah.
It means that she could be meeting someone without going through the store. Normally, a customer pays for the service, and that money gets divided up between the girl and the shop. But if they meet in private, the girl can offer a discount, but still come out on top by cutting the shop out. Once they start doing that, the girls start to wonder why they need the shop in the first place. Of course, all the shops have strict rules against that kind of thing.
Even if it's just an innocent thing at first, once they get a taste for the extra cash, it doesn't stop. They'll even start using the shop to lure more customers out into their own business. It's the death knell for some shops. So I want you to find out if she's seeing someone on the side.
Sup?
Okay, let's say she is. What do we do if we find the guy?
Make sure he never wants to go near Nanoha again. And I don't care what methods you use.
Oh, wow.
You're a Yakuza, a nurse, and a cop. I'm sure you three can come up with something creative.
Hold on.
Hey, hold up. Shouldn't be using the, Sorry, shouldn't be using the, Seiryu clan for this kind of thing?
Think of them like car insurance.
Ew.
If you use them in the wrong way, they increase your premiums. So it's cheaper if I can solve problems myself.
That's a boss for you. Always has a trick or two. Okay, can you tell us where Nanoha-san lives for starters?
Actually, it seems like she's been couch surfing for a while and hasn't gone home in quite some time.
Hey.
How the heck do we find her then?
If you keep an eye on the Pocket Cafe, she'll show up. She hangs out there a lot. For the price of a cup of coffee, she could stay for hours, use the free Wi-Fi, and charge her phone.
See you later.
So, I'll hope for the best. Get her to start coming back in regularly, and I'll have a suitable payment for you.
Sounds to me like he hired us as cheap detectives. Nonamiya is a schemer. He is pretty sloppy, but he knows his employees both on and off the clock. If he's doing it on purpose, he's good. It doesn't mean he's not a scumbag. His bottom line is all he cares about. I don't think so, actually. Huh? Maybe it's not true all the time. But yeah, most Soplins profit off their workers' misfortunes. You mean like they're dead or their family issues? They prey on people like that, right? Basically. The women work hard
It's
to
almost
get
time
out
for a
of the
90
situation,
seconds
and
Cheetos
shop
break,
supports
my
them.
dudes.
I'm not cool with the way Nonomiya talks about people. But he's not sugarcoating anything either. He understands the reality of the business. Well, that's one way of putting it. I grew up surrounded by every kind of sleaze bag a Kamarucho could throw in those doors. And I bet this guy's actually got a lot of love for his girls. I'd take him any day over some shithead who doesn't care about why the girls get jobs here in the first place. Well, just because I hate shitheads doesn't mean I have to like sleaze bags. So let's find this proof and get paid. Alright, but we still don't know for sure if she's actually seeing a guy on the side. Let's start with this cafe that she supposedly goes to.
Alright, off we go.
But first, we gotta run an ad.
Yep.
We gotta run an ad. And then, we'll actually get going with this. With this mystery, it looks like. Unless we find another side story, which we could. I mean, we have one over here. We could start it. I'll start walking over there right now. While the ad takes its time to run.
I know, right? It's taking a while to start.
For some reason, it takes so long. Bezos. Ad money. Free labor. Ow. Dodging tax laws.
It's break time.
That
Where the
convinced
heck's
him.
the Cheetos, my dudes?
Raw rolls on after this.
Based on the classic multi-million
God,
selling
okay.
Super NES game Super Mario Kart, the first Nintendo 64 game released by Nintendo
Mario
in
Kart
1997
64.
is Mario Kart 64. It combines the thrill of a racing game with signature
I need to
Miyamoto
eat nuts
gameplay.
real quick.
In this case, mystery items scattered in various parts of the track.
Keeping
which
with the
either help or hinder
nut-based
each
content
racer.
here tonight
The
on the
game gives
Giraffe
players
Step
a true
stream.
feeling of racing a go-kart.
Oh,
As the
brother.
kart skids sideways into turns and maneuvers quickly around obstacles. Mario Kart 64 features a depth in graphics only available with Nintendo 64. Since racing games by their very nature move at blistering speeds, the other video game systems can't produce the graphics fast enough, causing environments to literally pop onto the screen in a most unrealistic fashion. The speed at which Nintendo 64 produces the graphics is an unbelievable 93.75 megahertz, compared to that of 33.9 megahertz for its closest competitor. This is a game the whole family can play, since Mario Kart 64 uses the 4 controller ports on the front of the system. It features split-screen play for up to 4 players.
Alright.
The game also features more than 16 courses, a battle arena mode, and includes 8 characters from the world of Mario. Mario, Luigi, Peach, Toad, Yoshi, Donkey Kong, Wario, Bowser, battling each other in the wackiest racing game ever made.
Om nom nom.
Mario Kart
Oh, excuse
64
me,
is
we're
fun
back,
to
my
play,
dudes.
except when you're losing. But the challenge
Welcome
lasts
back to
for about
Raw,
a week.
everyone.
Only racing fanatics should pick it up.
I'm curious, what happens if I throw... Ah! It looks like I get hit by it!
Turn the tables on you.
Ah! What the fuck was that? Ow! I got hit with a table! I didn't deserve that!
I got almonds now.
Nice. That table hit me right in the face. Ow! I can't feel my nose.
Ow.
Oh my god. The fucking leg of the chair hit you.
Ouch. Okay. So we're at the 4-hour mark. I want us to get to this point, like, in the story. But we are approaching the end of our time here tonight. Sussman.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Well, you do have to level. You do have to level up. You're level 11.
I feel like Kung Fu Master's going to be... Nope.
Resistant to fire.
Nope. Big swing.
Dragon Sweeper.
Oh, hello!
Holy shoot! Yeah, they need to go.
You want to fight?
Reckless charge.
I got this.
Yeah, that could work.
Let's go.
Yeah!
Nice.
Woo!
Everyone getting to business. Oh god, Nama's about to die.
Damn it. What? Holy shit.
Oh Christ. People, this is what happens when you neglect your grinding. I don't think you have anything to revive someone.
No, I just need to... I need to play real good.
Who's next? He's next. I would focus on him.
Oh yeah.
The Kung Fu Master.
Come on. Let's go.
Ah!
Mark's like, oh, for fuck's sake, I just want to go home.
Holy
oh,
shit!
He's still alive. Still living. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Yeah, we're done.
Oh, it's over. Barely alive with 3 HP.
No fucking shot. I mean, it's not gonna do anything.
Check this out.
Knocked out 2 there, but yeah, your health's just too low.
Yeah, it's done. Damn it. Well.
Your money on him has been reduced by half. You might want to heal.
I need to find something to heal with.
You have items on you, don't you?
I do.
Oh my god, you're at 1 HP.
All of us are. Alright, well, nothing's gonna fix that quite like a salmon donut.
Delicious.
A seaweed donut. That should hold us over for a second.
Well, once again, people, this is what happens when you neglect your grinding.
Nonsense moving, comforting low hum, kicking back in a cold but comfy seat in complete and total darkness. Place is
What the
perfect
fuck?
when you need a nap.
Yeah, I'll stop by again next time class is canceled. I don't remember anything about the movie, though.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Lo-Fi Girl the movie.
Vintage film theater. Guess they only show old movies here.
Yeah. We're not an inn, you know. Have a little respect, huh? This is a classic, too.
Japanese Jaws?
Hey, mister. Interested in watching a movie? We've got some classic titles in-house.
Oh, well, I also get kind of sleepy when I'm in the dark watching a movie I don't really understand. I don't want to be disrespectful.
It's quite all right. But just because a film is old doesn't mean it's hard to follow. Old films span a whole range of genres, from sci-fi to romance, suspenseful thrillers to fun for the whole family. And of course, we have many titles are just as spectacular as the latest and the greatest, guaranteed to keep you on the edge of your seat. Huh. These were long before CG, which means things like real explosions on the set. Doesn't get much better than that. In fact, I'll say it's downright fresh. So much so that I'm confident you'll feel refreshed by the time the credits roll.
All right, I'll bite. You must really love movies.
Sounds like an old movie buff.
Light up whenever you talk about them.
Oh.
Well, I didn't choose to be a curator of vintage films for nothing. I simply want nothing more than for people of today to watch these films and find some joy, even if it's just a little. It'd be a waste if they were left to be forgotten. Wouldn't you agree? But then, I suppose that's entertainment, an ever-fleeting sparkle. Though it would be fantastic if people saw these films as a brilliant little sparkle in their own lives.
I get you. So that's why you opened up the theater.
Correct. The Seagull Cinema is a place where anyone of any age can come to appreciate the classics. Though, anyone also includes those who fall asleep during the screening. Regardless, this is a good opportunity for you to get a taste of the classics for yourself. And since it's your first time, this one's on the house.
Really? You sure?
Quite. I'd like you to see all the good this place has to offer.
Okay, a free movie ain't bad. Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Well, I'm already here, so I might as well.
Excellent. Right this way, please.
I think this is a mini game, actually.
It's a mini game.
Today's showing is a monumental piece. Robo Cook. Half culinary drama, half gunslinging action masterpiece. What? I can watch this over and over again and never get tired of it.
Wait, you're gonna watch too?
Of course. As a curator, I'm allowed to watch any film I want at any time I please.
All right.
This guy built this place just so he can sit around watching his favorite movies all day. So, I guess that's pretty cool.
It's about to start. No sleeping during the screening now. We
Wait,
must
are we...
show our utmost respect for those who brought these splendid works to life. I dare say that even blinking would be a waste of precious screening time.
Yeah, sure. Oh shit. This place is weirdly comfy. Damn. Now I'm sleepy as hell. That guy was nice enough to let me in here. Don't fall asleep.
What?
私には記憶はない。何のために生まれたのか。家族も友も愛する者もわからない。
This is like the theater sections in Persona 5.
だが、これだけははっきりとわかる。
Similar, yeah.
料理のために
I live to cook.
I live to cook.
What the?
What the fuck?
Holy shit. Badass cyborg who loves to cook. Alright, I'll bite. Hopefully I can stay awake. What the? Huh?
Movies make me so sleepy.
There you go.
No! First stage. Wait, what do I need to do? Make it to the crest without falling asleep. Test your reflexes by quickly pressing the displayed inputs and stop those pesky rams from putting Kazuga to sleep. You win if Kazuga doesn't fall asleep by the end of the movie, which will surely make him a better man.
There's another page.
Defeat normal rams by pressing the displayed inputs. Rams with a rapid can be defeated by pressing the input 5 times. It's the sleep mafia. Alarm cocks? The chickens. They'll heal you. But if you hit them, they'll seek vengeance. If you press the wrong inputs when rams are present, you take damage. So it's like rapid QTEs then. Movies to the point where they get especially boring, giving your foes rush mode. Golden rams will appear who cause extra sleepiness. Deal with them quickly. The movie's name. Current score.
Good luck.
Ram the rams. Okay. Just Just hit the displayed inputs. Oh. Okay. This is crazy. Why are they rams, though?
You know, kind of like counting sheep.
Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah, like counting sheep. No!
You gotta remember not to hit the chickens.
Yeah, I need to hit the alarm. I need to not hit the alarm cocks. Alarm cocks.
I gotta sleep more.
This is nuts. Oh no. They get the movie's to the point where they get
once.
So wait, do I get like another bit of the script, or rather the screenplay here? Oh my god.
New Galaxy Extreme Flambe.
New Galaxy Extreme Flambe?
Cool.
Oh, Marcus, like, seeing this game makes me want to get it. Need to see if... Yeah, it's a really fun game, dude. This entire series is great.
You're signing scene, but him using the same technique over and over is going to put me to sleep.
All of a sudden.
Oh.
So it's like a little shooter type thing. I like it. Watch out for the alarm cocks.
That's funny.
They just have a bunch of symbols.
Just jolts him awake, like, oh shit. I'm awake, I'm awake.
So I imagine if I leave the Rams aisle for long enough, they'll shoot
awesome.
They'll shoot their little sleepy bullets at me.
Yeah, and obviously if your health hits 0, you fall asleep.
Yeah. They'll shoot their sleep spell on me.
Oh, it's just getting good.
Okay, so now he's fucking with it.
Oh, there you go. You got to watch the entirety of RoboCook.
思い出したぞ。この隠し味は塩だ。母さんの秘伝のレシピ、しかと受け継いだ。これからも俺は料理に生きる。
Bro, I could tell you that anything's secret ingredient is salt. He gets stronger by remembering his family. That's actually kind of touching.
That was awesome.
If I didn't get that one alarm cock, why is there so much cock on this stream, chat? Genuinely. I probably would have gotten the S rank.
Yeah.
Oof. At least I was able to stay awake. That was pretty good, though. Guess it doesn't matter how old it is. A good movie's a good movie. I probably would have gone my whole life without watching one of these if it wasn't for this place. This guy really wants everyone to enjoy the classics, huh? There's still a lot I haven't seen, so I should come take a breather when I have time. Thanks for today, Mr. Curate.
Bruh. Really? Come on now.
Oh, sure.
He can't even make it through his own movie.
Classics.
He can't even make it through the own movie he wanted to show me.
Sometimes it be that way. But yeah, now you can go there anytime. Also, you've got enemies coming at you. You might want to go. Not that way.
I need to find food place. Right there.
That's a tavern, but yeah, I guess. Oh, it's back on Isekai Road.
Oh boy, I'm gonna run into more weaves. Ah!
Yeah, please don't get hit. Wait, there's a chest over there. To your right. Go back, go back, go back.
Back.
On your left.
Back. My other left.
Yeah, right there.
It's not Robo Cook, it's Robot Cook. Wait, is it like a real... Don't tell me it's like some real B movie that you searched up, Ashley.
I mean, some of these movies do end up actually being a real thing.
Is this like an actual movie that you can watch for yourself? Because if that's the case, I know what our next watch-alongs in the server are.
Oh, god damn it. I mean, these guys should be at your level.
Yeah, but like...
Wait a minute. Yeah, Namba has a healing ability, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Let's just use that. Hold on.
That just made me think, like, wait, doesn't he have a healing ability?
Yes, he does. Power nap. Healing powder. Healing powder. We need to top ourselves off, but I'm at a place enough to where I'm fine with taking on these guys. What the hell? What is that?
It was in Japanese, hence why you couldn't read it. Yeah, fair.
Okay, well, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, well, even though he was resistant to it, it still did quite a bit.
Well, you are level 11, so you're a little higher than them.
What the hell? His own lube?
He fell.
Slippery kick. I like that. Ow! I try... No, actually, I need you to get some of your magic back. There you go. There you go. Okay, what the hell is that man in green underwear with the door? Just add some like goofy like sound effects over that, and it's golden. Ah. He made inappropriate gestures.
Oh.
Okay, well we got him.
Well,
that's all right.
That don't matter now.
And the other's rage subsided. Yeah, because we killed him. I hate him. I hate him so much, actually. Ah, up your ass. There you go. Okay, so apparently Robot Cook is not a real thing, but it is a thing in the Yakuza verse. Got it. Alright, cool. Yeah, there you go. Also, those are good emotes, Cable Vermin. I wonder who made 3 of them.
Well, I guess now it's time to continue the story after getting your ass kicked like that.
Alright, so not grinding cost me in the past. Not anymore. I thought that would like damage people near him.
Wait, the bikes.
Oh, okay, I can still use bikes. Alright.
Yeah.
Ow!
Oh my god!
Holy shit! Well, he
whole ass scooter into you.
Well, he missed, so he's a little bit of a dingus for that.
He is, but still. I just we're just kicking a whole ass moped into your face.
You're weak. Go in it.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and they were downed, so that works.
Man. Pigeon Raid.
Have fun with this.
That's alright.
Mark's like bike user watching the guys use their bikes as weapons, 2000% mad.
big mad. He's big
I
mad.
mean, if somebody was using my moped to beat up someone, I'd be fucking furious.
I would be like, are you gonna pay for that?
Like, I'd be impressed, but I'd also be like, motherfucker, you better be paying me
for
back.
that. Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, like, you better be paying for that.
And that cost me money.
Burn medicine. Oh yeah, that's right. I need to like get stuff for like status ailments now.
Also, try to see if you can find something that can revive teammates.
Should probably do that, yeah. First aid kit. Revives a fallen ally with half their HP.
Holy!
Yeah, I'm not getting that. Wait, I might be able to. Can I sell?
No, you have to go to the pawn shop to sell.
Oh yeah, that's right. I need to go to that one guy that's selling hand grenades, right?
That pigeon attack is such a bum simulator move, yeah.
I know, it's great. Ah! When will I gain enough street smarts to look both ways?
Exactly. Like, how many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man?
Hey, look over there.
Oh.
There she is.
Nanoha. Let's get some answers out of her.
I seriously doubt she'd ever admit to it. We should only interrogate her after we have proof.
I say we trust the former detective on this one.
Fine.
I think we're about to get our proof here.
Sorry, we're full right now.
Oh, I'm meeting someone inside.
That voice sounds familiar.
He's sitting down with Nanoha. Maybe she's dating him on the side.
Could be. Let's try and eavesdrop on their conversation.
How do we do that? Can't hear anything out here.
I got this. Kasuga, call me on your phone.
Okay.
I love how it's like legally distinct Final Fantasy.
Well, that's Dragon Quest.
Oh, is it literally just like note for note Dragon Quest?
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
Very sorry.
Oh wow.
But we're full right now.
Oh, please, can I just use the bathroom? Seriously, man, I'm about to piss myself.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
I had to come all the way out here.
Are you alright? You look really tired.
Oh, it's my health problems. These days.
We should get down to it. First of all, the money.
He said money. He's gotta be her other man.
Hold your horses and see the transaction go down.
Somehow, 2 million yen.
Huh? Huh?
Ooh,
3
yeah.
million left to go then. If you 10 days from now, we can carry out the
But maybe we don't even. I'm worried.
Don't tell me. Your father deserves to be at peace. You said it yourself. After all this time, don't you want that for him?
No, please. I want Dad to have peace. But does it have to be?
That's true, but you shouldn't cheap out. After all, don't you see? That's what you're paying us for.
Oh, okay. It's just my father's.
Oh? First timer, huh?
I guess.
Everything. You and your father. It'll be fine.
I'd like to see him one last time.
I can't do that.
concerns, but we're done here.
Why did she give him money?
And it was $2 million. Nothing to sneeze at.
You think Nano Hassan's wrapped up in something bad?
Like what?
I don't know. We just have to ask her and find out.
Oh, hey!
Sorry.
Hey, old man. Apologies don't fix much, you know.
Yeah, how you gonna make this right? He's got a broken bone.
Come on, not this shit.
Sorry, we're in a hurry.
If you don't got time to do the right thing, get out your wallet and hand us a couple grand.
We don't have that kind of money, bro.
Man, see ya.
Not so fast!
Dude, I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Just walk. Menacing man.
Yep.
What the hell? Dine and Dasher. He's still, dude. No one respects bikes here. Continuing with the disrespect.
Bikes get no love.
For real. Case in point.
Exactly. They just end up using one as a weapon.
Nice. He's stunned. Oh, hey. Okay. Bike owner. Chain enemy. Moped rider. And those bike users gonna have to get new ones, and it would cost them $1 grand or $3.
You're not wrong, Mark. Really good bikes nowadays really are expensive.
Have fun with this.
And I hate it. Like, dude, a really good bike is about the same price as a used car. Like, holy shit.
Damn.
Okay, come up.
Ow. Ow. Well, the sign.
Fuck that sign.
Fuck that sign, yeah. Ooh. Cool. Defense rose. I gotta listen. Listen, this hero shit's paying off. Figuratively and literally. I won't forget this. Shit, bad time to get interrupted. Where's Nanoha? Well,
great.
We lost her. We lost her. What should we do? Head back to the Soapland? Even if we did, we wouldn't have anything to report.
Yo.
Hey. It's that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be our ticket. Right, well,
I mean, I guess that's the next best thing.
Alright, well, before we follow him... Before we get into this cutscene, we need to run one more ad, and then that's probably going to be it for the night in ads.
It's break time.
One more,
Where the
and then I
heck's the
think we're
Cheetos, my
and then I
dudes?
think we're done with ads. What the? No sound. Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, wait, is it DK? Sure is.
In his first action
Well,
game ever,
this
Donkey Kong
it's the one I muted
What makes
earlier.
this game so remarkable is that
Oh,
it's the
that's
first
why.
game created with fully rendered graphics. What the heck is fully rendered? To put it in a nutshell, fully rendered means that the
Ow, that was right in my
characters and all
eye.
of the graphics were created
I saw
by
that.
computer
Ow.
modeling from all sides
That
and
was right in the
angles of
eye.
object.
Fuck.
Thus, animation is totally complete and uninhibited.
Also, thank you
using any
to
view
everyone
of
for.
the object. The technology is
Ow.
not
I should
incredibly
probably wait
different
until
than that which was
the
used to create
ad's done before
dinosaurs
thanking
of
people.
Steven Spielberg's Jurassic Park or The Wonders of the Mask. One of the best examples of the 3D
Why do you have to give me
rendering
head
in this
trauma,
game is
Nelson?
the water level.
Hi,
The
Hanway.
shark, also known as Chomps Jr., is an incredible sight.
Wow.
The animation of everything in the game, as well as all the backgrounds, were created with rendering
Ow.
techniques on the Silicon Graphics computers. This amazing new technology,
Imagine
discovered
not
at Rare
bullying
by
your
Nintendo's
friends.
Tony
It's a
Harmon,
submission.
will be
Ow.
the next standard in video game animation and graphics. This technology marks a new
Yeah, but
era.
then that wouldn't prove I'm a good
The
friend.
programmers of Donkey Kong Country were able to stretch their creative minds since Donkey Kong doesn't
Yes,
have
I
a
realized how
particularly
fucked up
detailed
that was when
history.
I said it.
The main idea of the story is that you're trying to get back the bananas that were stolen from your stockpile. Kong, Diddy are the main monkey characters, but throughout the travels on the island of Donkey Kong Country, you'll encounter several characters that are extremely
Om nom
diverse in
nom.
personality.
Oh, excuse me, we're
From
back
an
my
ostrich
foods.
named Espresso
Hey, welcome back to
a
Raw.
rhino named Rambi, the game has endless thrills and is certainly destined for greatness.
You're upset to be back.
Cranky Kong, the star of the original
Man.
game, and also
Ow.
DK's grandfather, will give you advice throughout the game. He
This
thinks
stream's
you
getting
need
long in the tooth,
hundreds
so I
of
think
bonus
after
levels
we get
result
to
in
a good
game that
point
will
here.
never be boring.
Ow. After we
The
get to a
music
good
also
point,
adds a lot to the game.
we're going
Play it
to
loud and
wrap up
stereo,
stream.
You can buy the music on CD from Nintendo if your Nintendo isn't hooked up to a stereo system. Cranky Kong remembers music in the old days, but Donkey Kong is truly...
Alright, let's see if you got it in you, Nelson.
His music is great for listening. Just pause the game to hear the music without the
Ah, yeah!
sound effects. You'll notice the quality of the echoes in the caves and Donkey
You
Kong's
had that ready.
Donkey Kong Country is truly perfect. If you do not get this amazing new generation of Donkey Kong madness,
You just
are stupid.
you
Yes,
have
I know.
you have George Wood in the background calling you an idiot
If you're a
with
true video
with
game fan,
with
do not
Undertale
hesitate
playing.
in the slightest bit
Yup.
to buy this remarkable piece of video game history.
Oh, that was perfect.
Bottom line, get it now. The graphics
Get it
are an
now.
example of a revolution. Play control is very responsive and monkey feeling. The challenge is
Monkey
high
feeling.
because you must often pass several hard levels to reach Candy's save point. The two-player game option is awesome since you can press A to let another player play.
Thank
What's even
you.
cooler is the way the game lets the next player pick up where the last player died without interrupting gameplay. If you want the other player to play, just press A. These features and so much more make Donkey Kong Country the game of the decade.
Hi, Henry.
He's not wrong. Donkey Kong Country is still probably one of the best games ever.
I love how this ends off on this.
Yep. Yeah, I beat the boss. Oh shit, it's game over.
And then that's it. I do not get the editing of this video.
Nor do I.
Okay. Cool. Welcome back to Raw. Do you get George Wood? I don't think anyone does. Very, very, very valid assessment.
A social welfare corporation?
Sounds like an old folks' home. Pretty classy building, huh?
It's from the Meiji era, as I recall. Used to be a bank. But I thought some non-profit foundation bought it decades ago.
Sure looks luxurious for a non-profit. I can smell the money from out here.
Okay, so we know Nano has been working at the soap land to pay for her dad's care, right?
Yeah, so maybe this is where he's being taken care of.
And also, maybe that man she met at the cafe is employed here. And then it would all make sense. She's paying that guy to keep her dad in a nice place. It's hardly shady.
I don't care how classy the joint is. Nobody would pay $2 million in cash. Plus, why would she pay her dad's rent at a cafe?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Remember what they said when we eavesdropped? She begged to see her dad, and it didn't move him at all. He just said no.
There's definitely something more going on here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, this is the front desk of Sunlight Castle.
Is there a man living here with a daughter named Nanoha?
Do you mean Nanoha Mukoda? Yes, her father is a resident here. How may I help you?
We work with Nanoha at the same place of business. Can we come in?
I'm sorry, but only family are allowed to visit.
That was predictable.
We're not here to see him, actually. Truth is, I'm looking for a home for my own father. Nanoha-san said your facility is great, so I wanted to check it out.
I'm terribly sorry. You can't come inside unless accompanied by a current lessee.
Really?
Yes. If you wish to explore the layouts of our rooms, please visit our homepage online. You can submit questions on that page as well. It's very convenient. Goodbye.
And you will get responses from an AI shortly.
Something's definitely shady about this place.
Oh boy.
Turn to Otohime land. Oh my god, you were so far north.
Wow. We basically came to that. We basically came to the edge of the map. I have a feeling that when we run up to those guys, it's gonna be like shockingly outside our level. Let's check it though.
12 to 14.
Okay,
Doable.
that's actually about where we are at this point.
Just that level 14 is the dangerous one.
Color Gangsman, Stern Stranger, Big Dog, and Mad Gangsman. Nanba, why do you have like lesser health? Dang it. Ah, I was so close to getting them into the street. Are we gonna hold up traffic again? Ow! Dang, okay.
I want to go all in on this one.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing heavy beatdown. What?
It missed!
Ow! Damn.
I want to heal.
Yeah, I'm doing power nap. Cool.
He just literally just takes a nap on the street.
Run him down. Drive. Move forward. Come on, get him.
I mean, that did good damage.
Skips around like a jackass.
Uh-oh.
Ow. Let's see. What about Pigeon Raid?
Have fun with this.
Do Pigeon Raid. Ah.
That almost got him. Reversal volley. Oh, God. The motherfucker just pulled out a gun.
Oh, well, he kind of screwed himself over there.
My God, he's just pulled a gun out of nowhere.
Ow. Wait, can I get him from behind? Kinda. CC!
There we go.
Damn. I love when he swings for the fences and he just gets the back of their head.
Sounds like I don't know if that's me, but it sounds like your mic is kind of like clipping. Like, I don't know, just hear like a weird noise from time to time.
Well, I'm also slapping my desk quite a bit, so.
Yeah, like I'm hearing like just like I don't know what the right way to describe it is.
Just kind of like reverberation, background noise.
No, it wasn't reverberation. It was almost like a static feedback for like a split second.
That's weird. China, am I sounding okay still? Am I sounding okay? Do I need to hear myself on the playback?
Right now.
Do I need to hear myself on my playback for a second?
You seem okay for right now. Like, I'm not hearing anything.
Okay.
Oh, you're definitely in like a richer area.
Oh, yeah. Sound okay to me. Okay.
Maybe you should heal before you get into another fight.
I entered first person mode.
I was able to just avoid it. Hang on.
Hello, Mario.
Some non-bus skills. Big Bad Wolf Pony, hello. Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. I don't think I've seen you here. Yeah. First time chat.
First time chatter.
Welcome to tonight's Long Boy Club meeting. Thank you for joining us. We are, unfortunately, approaching the end of our time here tonight. When we get to a good enough place in the story, which I don't really know how I'm going to determine that. I guess it'll just happen when it happens. What are these, like, they have like giant jugs. A level 12 assassin? In the street with you. Got some magic back. Mystery moves. He's waggling mysteriously. Didn't have any effect. Reckless charge. I just wanted to make sure that I could barrel through any guys that were near us. No worries, I literally just woke up, LMAO.
My God!
Whoa, hello!
The damage that was done there.
Got smacked upside the head. Jeez. Nanba's next. I'm gonna...
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay. Gonna use the tag team maneuver. Badasses could sure hit hard. Big fire! Urgh. Hell yeah, we got the heavies down. We got the juggernauts down. Yep. Ah, it's so close though. I may as well just get him now. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Mystery moves. He's waggling mysteriously. What does that do?
I don't know.
Assassin? Struggler. What is a struggler?
You guys will fun after you beat him.
Yeah, I guess so. Ah! Go get him! Up his ass!
Okay, yeah, it seems like the game audio on my end is kind of delaying. I'll check the playback. Like, don't worry about it for right now.
Yeah, check the playback. Make sure it's good.
So give me a sec.
Beat down. Police brutality. Listen, it is a police... It's like a juggler, but it's hard. This here juggler goes hard, chat. Feel free to screenshot. Assassin. An agent of the underworld who takes contracts to kill. If you can pull it off, the targets are apparently worth hefty payloads. This guy looks like he just crawled out from his mom's basement. What kind of assassin is this?
Okay, yeah, it's just on Discord side, it seems to be.
Okay, do I need to, like, restart the share screen or something?
I don't know. Like, that's why I'm finding it weird, but it seems to be just a Discord thing.
The struggler is the category of juggler. He doesn't care about getting permission for his performances, and things will get ugly if someone tries to disrupt his show. What about this? I love him.
See, it looks like a bomb.
Kung Fu Master. You put a health bar over him, he looks like the third version of Ryu. Pressured cooker.
These guys you lost against.
Yeah.
So at least you got data on them still.
Okay, well, these guys are weak to fire. So. Is there any food establishments around here?
Probably not that you've discovered since you're in a new area.
Because, well, Namba needs to heal. So, I'll have him do a power nap. And then we should be good for, like, the next... Well, I need to make sure... Okay. Well, hold on.
More enemies coming.
Okay, I got some street smarts. Suddenly. Let's see here. I feel like everyone needs to recover some magic. So...
Oh yeah, it's definitely the share screen that's being weird.
Okay, I'll restart then. That's an assassin. He looks like a bum. Pretty sure that's the point.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna reset the share screen.
Alright, let's see if this works.
Try that.
Alright.
You got on my ass for not grinding enough, so here we go. We're gonna grind.
Yeah, didn't you say you also wanted to call it pretty soon?
Yeah, I did, didn't I? So Pyro Belch will apparently attack certain enemies. Yeah, like if they... Whoa! Oh!
You did get multiple there.
Yeah, they get like... If they walk like into the range of it, then it hurts them too.
Let's go.
Oh, hello.
Don't get cocky. Those that? Check this out.
Nice. Oh!
Jesus, you even knocked out the trash can.
Know your place, trash.
Have fun with this.
Not the pigeons. I'm weak to pigeons.
POV, you live in New York.
Oh my god.
If I were to judge this from real Japan, I would say that there are no eating establishments around this station.
Yeah, actually might be onto something. Oh yeah, because you are near like a major station right now.
Ah! See, I'm looking both
Oh,
ways.
now you're in Restaurant Row. There you are.
Okay, well. God be willing. This is where I'm probably gonna find some stuff. Oh man, got the big boy. Ow! Ah!
Oh my god!
Ow!
He went for you.
Sure did. Tag team maneuver. Yeah, we already seen it.
Trying to get you in particular.
I'm up.
Recovered magic points. Heavy beat down. Come on. Battle cry. Shout something unsportsmanlike, but Itachi remained unfazed.
Okay.
Up your ass! Hell yeah. Wow, Restaurant Row.
2,100 yen, damn.
You'd be thinking that we'd be fighting Mr. Shakedown with all of this money that
Wait,
we're
he
getting.
just got an ability called Push and Shove.
Yeah. I'll see what that is during the next fight.
I keep getting this is on a miniature scale for... Yeah, pretty much. Because obviously, like, places like Kamurocho, while they are based on real locations, they're scaled down just for the sake of, you know, convenience and all that. Oh my god.
Oh my... No! Not the Kung Fu Master! He's a Kung Fu Master! I can't handle that!
Discipline. Chinese Mafia officer. He's level 15!
This Kung Fu Master can fuck up everybody all at once, so I'm gonna go for him.
Yeah, but there's also a Chinese Mafia officer.
Yeah?
He's level 15.
Push and shove. Damage an enemy by shoving them with a cane, which may leave them stunned.
I got this.
Oh my god.
Oh. He's not in a good position to go after anyone that's really necessary.
They got him surrounded.
I got this. Take your best shot.
Gotta go for someone.
I do. I need to go for somebody.
Watch this. Have fun with this.
I'm trying to find weaknesses. Ow! Oh! Ow!
One hit!
Ow!
I'm struggling here.
I know!
Uh-oh, that Chinese mafia officer's next. If he goes after Ichiban, he's dead. Like, if you have any healing, I'd recommend that.
You're in it now.
Not on Adachi!
Oh, it got him.
Lucky you, he didn't go after Ichiban. Because, yeah, if Ichiban goes down, it's game over.
Right, yeah.
Don't get caught. Let's rock.
Right.
My God.
Watch this.
Let's just try this. Okay, well that stunned them.
Stunned him. Good block.
Let's go.
Who's next? It's the officer.
Get serious.
Gotta just do the heavy beatdown.
Oh, he's resistant to physical.
Dude!
Don't get cocky.
Yeah, I'd say he's he's definitely a threat. Not the one who's stunned because he's out for right now.
Get serious. Come on now.
Resistant. Wait a minute, could you try fire on that other guy now? The officer?
Let's see.
Maybe it'll work.
Need to wait for him. Ah, that was a perfect positioning too.
Yeah, you're good.
Have fun with this. You wanna go?
Oh, he's on
well,
fire now.
It got him burned. Ow. No!
Oh. Oh.
Get in position.
I got this.
Next is the officer, so I'd say focus on these two in front of you.
Let's go. Let's go.
Nice. That almost got the officer too.
No!
Damn, that killed him in one hit. You could try running in this situation, but
Damn.
nope.
Let's go.
I think we're about to get shit. I think we're about to get robbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Damn. That Kung Fu Master is... Dude, whenever that Kung Fu Master shows up, it's game over.
There's more enemies in front of you now.
I think they're walking away.
Well, Namba has MP, so you can heal.
That's right. Man! Keep forgetting this is on a miniature scale for game needs.
Yep. Another thing, obviously, is that weapons and stuff like that also matter in this, because RPG.
That's very true. Maybe I'm not using my resources enough. Need more defense.
And you have accessories that you can put on.
It's very true. Increases HP by 20.
What does the flame amulet do?
Gives you
to protect the bear from burns. Okay.
It gives you flame resistance. Siri, I did not say anything about you, okay? You need to get out of here.
So
You're not
like,
part of this story. No point in going this way. Those guys are stopping us.
Yeah, that's the Chinese mafia.
Ah! Go in.
Distribution plate.
What do you want? I would like to sell.
Oh, you can't buy anything from here. Oh, they're gone.
Wait, what's over here?
That's the cinema.
Seagull Cinema. Ah! I was about to run into the things again. Oh shit. Ah.
Siri is stealing my thunder and my Cheetos.
Oh,
Father.
left, dude.
I'm trying.
Oh, there's a place to eat. Well, you're already healed up, but yeah.
We need to like top ourselves off though. We got the money, so we can do it.
Oh my god.
That absolute dude, those guys wrecked me. That was impressive how much my shit got rocked there.
Yeah.
Like, ow.
Beginning to learn very quickly that
we need to start investing in some gear, probably.
Investing in gear and investing in some levels.
Probably should have saved a little bit.
Saved your money for, yeah.
For this. Alright, well, who am I beating up then?
You're beating up. Oh, you're almost back at the Soapland.
Okay, then. Any bad guys around the corner? Nope. What's in here?
What the heck did you just freaking say about me, you little filly? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in magic kindergarten, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids on the Crystal Empire, and I have over 300 confirmed friendships. I'm trained in magic warfare and I'm the top pony in the entire Equestrian Royal Guard.
I like to imagine that's what was going through Ichiban's head as he was going up the stairs. Alright. We got some guys to beat up and take money from. I mean loot. I mean rid the streets of their crime.
Oh, yeah, you have no MP right now, so
well, I can try and do something here. Yeah, okay, cool. We're doing something. Threaten.
You are nothing to me but just another blunt flank. I will wipe you the heck out with friendship the likes of which has never been seen before on Equestria. Mark my freaking words. You think you can get away with that shit to me with a punny book? Think again.
Of course I can.
As we speak, I am contacting my secret network of changelings across Equestria, and your hoof prints are being traced right now, so you better prepare for the storm, maggot.
Jesus Christ.
Homunculus, go and eat more Cheetos. I'm pretty sure that you're having a moment, okay? Wait, what happens if I try and do this? Yeah, hey! We attain a used metal wire. We did a thingamajig. He sounded like he was starting to lose his breath there. Listen, he was spouting revolutionary ideology. He clearly hasn't had enough Cheetos today. Ow!
It's almost time for a 90 seconds Cheetos break, my dudes.
Man, we've been playing for long enough that I have to lie about the friggin' ads being over.
The storm that wipes out the
Yeah, we're
pathetic
5
little
hours
thing
in
you
now.
call your life. You're freaking dead, pony. I can be anywhere. Time, and I can hug you in over 700 ways, and that's just with my bare hoop. Not only am I extensively trained in unarmed concringe, but I have access to the entire arsenal of the Wonderbolt's reserves, and I will use it to its full extent to wipe your miserable flank off the face of the continent, you little pony.
Dude, do you listen, homunculus. Homunculus, I will go to Kroger and get you more bags of bones if that's what you want, but you need to be upfront with me, okay?
There we go. Dachi's level 12 now.
We
Where are you
can't.
going?
I'm
Is that
going
the
to get
other way?
food. I'm getting food. So I can get more MP back. Because now we have not that much, but we have enough.
You can get multiple items, so.
I can get Jim Bean here. The fucking bean. Let's see here.
If only you could have known what magical ship your little clever comment was about to bring down upon you. Maybe you would have held your freaking tongue. But you couldn't, you didn't, and now you're paying the price, you goddamn filly. I will spray rainbows and friendship all over you and you will drown in it. You're freaking dead, brony. It's break time. X the Cheetos, my dudes.
There they are. Someone just threw them at me.
How about fighting games?
How about
Of
fighting
course,
games?
We have to begin with Acclaim's long-awaited WWF
I love how we went from, oh, only
While
one
we
more
have
ad
yet
break
review
to
the
here we
N64
are.
version, the PlayStation version did not live
Listen,
up
I
to
like playing
expectations.
Yakuza, what can I say?
The graphics are
Ow.
very disappointing, especially during
You're freaking
entrances,
dead,
but
brony.
the character animations are well done. Some modes do not even have entrances.
Listen, I
wish
already
more
know
full
that.
players
You don't
could be
need to
in the ring
remind
at
me.
once.
Sax.
Special moves are not listed in the
Or
manual, but
homunculus.
some are listed in the
Ow.
Career Wrestler section.
Ow!
Controls are okay, but the 400
Ah,
plus moves are not easy
you
to
missed.
remember and have no logical connection to any particular buttons. For example, the ass kisser move uses ups instead of downs. Still, you can't beat a game that offers this many options. We had a lot of fun creating 3 fat black ladies fighting 1 skinny white turd. You don't get to do that
Oh
every
my
day.
god, this game. I remember how hard I was laughing at this.
Player 3 obviously can't win the match that way.
I was fucking dying originally with this.
Yeah, you were.
Tangled up. Oh, don't take it personal, son.
Who has So Cold's voice here?
Om nom nom. Oh, excuse me, we're back, my dudes.
Hey, welcome back to Raw, where apparently Homunculus hasn't had enough Cheetos, and now he's threatening. And now he's threatening violence. Ow!
That found its mark.
Come on, player one. I think we're good. Here, have some spicy fish roe.
Tasty.
Hopefully that helps subside your Cheetos cravings. Homunculus. It's got cheese in it, so it's about halfway there.
We should really consider wrapping things up. It's midnight where I am.
No, we should. We should wrap things up after this cutscene.
Please take.
Oh.
What
Oh
the?
no. I know this.
Dude, please. All I want is to finish the friggin'
Oh no, this one's
tree.
great. This one's good.
An ad for a sex shop or something. Nothing a couple of penniless mooks like us need to worry about.
Hold the phone. It says the first person to call gets free service.
Oh my god.
That sounds way too good to be true. They'll find some way to squeeze money out of you, I guarantee.
Yeah, well, we won't know until we call.
From the guy born out of soap land. It's a scam.
Hey now, things might have changed while you were locked up. Give it
Sorry,
here.
I don't know what came over me. I think I just watched too much Ponies the Anthology.
Person to call. You snooze, you lose.
Very, very fair.
Yeah, hi. Saw your ad. Said something about the first caller being free.
Oh, yes! Thank you! You are the very first, so this one is indeed on us.
All right. And, you're sure it won't cost anything?
Nope, nothing at all. Now may I please have your name and current location?
Oh,
No.
right. It's Koichi Adachi, and right now I'm kinda near Ohama Street.
Oh, and that place can be quite dangerous too. Understood. I'll send over our most popular employee right away.
Ooh, your most popular? Oh, you guys really go all out with this first free caller thing, huh?
We want you to know how great we are. Now then, we have them en route to your location.
Huh? What you're saying?
This could have been useful.
Or something? Wait, is this one of those meetup deals?
Well,
So, how'd it go?
Get this.
I feel like we're about to get
free.
shaken down.
Really? No, really, I swear. Look, sex shops will do anything to stay competitive. They said she'd be here soon.
Sorry
Oh my god.
Huh?
What the hell? What?
Yes! Yes!
What the fuck?
Gary Buster Holmes!
Are you?
Are you, Adachi-sama?
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry for the wait. I'm Gary Buster Holmes from Pound Mates.
What the fuck is this?
Yes!
The sex shop?
No. Pound Mates sends people to help you fight.
Oh.
Fight?
Hey! You shut are making way too much noise! That's it.
So wait.
Shut you guys up!
So wait, is this like temporary party members?
A handy group.
You'll see in a minute.
Just in time for your first call.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but let's go, Kasuga. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Here goes.
Suspicious men. So wait, what? Hold on, Pound Mates. Pound Mates are powerful allies with a wide range of abilities, but calling them in costs money. The price depends on the Pound Mate, although your first call to each Pound Mate is free. Why is there so much innuendo in this game?
Oh, this one's amazing. Yeah,
Okay.
this is basically summoning.
Okay.
And yeah, Gary Buster Holmes is a character who's been in the series since Yakuza 1.
Okay. I don't remember him, but let's see.
You fight him in the arena.
Okay. Call on the services of a muscle-bound champion to pound enemies into oblivion, occasionally stunning those who survive.
Now you're understanding why I said this would have been useful
Oh my
a
God.
battle before.
He suddenly knows how to use his phone with pinpoint precision. What
There
the
we go.
fuck? Gary Buster Holmes, Mr. Poundmates. Oh, this is great. Gary Buster Homecoming. Detroit Smash. Wow.
Let's go. The man, the myth, the legend himself.
We didn't even need to lift a finger.
Nope.
I mean, you know, we did need to lift a finger to call him, but you get it.
It's funny how I popped off for that.
They're too strong. Now, for the finish. Sudden death or suds on breasts? What's it gonna be?
What?
We're sorry.
His Japanese is pretty bad.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of the whole point, is that his Japanese is pretty bad.
Looking forward to it.
Like, it's enough to get the point across, but...
Okay then.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that's like the best way to put it. Is that pretty much throughout the entire series, his Japanese is pretty much known as pretty bad.
Fuck if I know.
Man, why's it gotta be so hard to get laid?
He can still get no bitches.
Well, it ain't free, and I'm not sure it's sexy, but I think I can see the appeal.
Cool. Well, now we learned about summons, then. You now have access to pound mates. The pound mate selection has I love how it's so formatted like it's a dating hotline. I mean, I'm sure there are people that want to pound Gary Buster Holmes, so.
Yeah, and you could, yeah, there you go.
Need help pounding your enemies? You can call pound mates for a fee from your smartphone via etc. From the battle menu, the roster will grow as you progress through the main story or clear sub-stories. Each pound mate has a powerful ability at a premium cost, and are ranked by increasing order of bronze, silver, or gold, with each tier being more powerful and more costly than the former. Some of them will have certain conditions and restrictions, like not being able to help out at night. Plan your strategy accordingly with these factors in mind. Okay. So, like, there's another incentive to, like, complete sub-stories, then.
Yeah, because you can find other characters that can become accessible in the pound mate stuff.
Okay. How do you know this, even though you've not played all of this game? Or rather, like, you know you've not
I've
played this
watched
game.
people play this game, and yeah, pound mates become pretty useful in later parts.
Okay. Well, then,
Plus,
yeah.
I've seen this cutscene before.
I think that just means we need to keep playing the game, chat. I mean, not tonight, but, you know, keep playing more of it. So, not just the main story. Yeah, cutscene. He's in.
They charge 5 million yen just to start a lease?
And then it's 500K every month?
Jesus.
Even on Soapland wages, how the hell can she afford that?
And take a look at this. They've got a program called the Excellent Course.
Entry fee 20 million? Then $1 million a month? What in the actual fuck?
I hope that's one good VIP room.
Don't tell me her dad's enrolled in the Excellent Course.
I can't imagine he is.
Oh, I could see Nanoha signing him up for the most expensive option. She'd totally do that.
Who voices this guy?
The only family she has. He's the reason she got a job at a big corporation. And he's the reason she works for me now. He raised her all by himself. He means everything to her. It doesn't surprise me at all that she'd pay any price to keep him comfortable. I mean, I knew she put him somewhere expensive, but this is just crazy. No matter how much you love someone, you've got to set some boundaries.
I'm starting to think this was never about a guy she was dating. You wanted us to investigate her because you were worried about her. Am I right?
Yes, I was worried. I worry about all my employees. But once they clock out, I can't help them. And I hate that. Especially the girls who have such trouble.
Knew it.
Pasts. You never know if they're doing okay or not.
I knew it was the same guy.
That's why I'm strict about how much time they take off. I worry.
So you have a good reason to keep them working so much. And here I thought you were just a huge asshole.
I guess you can stop your investigation now. She might be putting herself in danger. But if she's doing it for her dad...
Dude, we gotta rescue Nanoha's dad, or Benson's gonna fire us.
Oh my god.
I don't think she's seeing anyone on the side.
No?
I mean, when we saw her today, she looked miserable. She was definitely telling you the truth when she said she wasn't feeling good.
My guess is she's suffering from a ton of stress.
From work?
Oh, I think it's something else.
They're gonna get wrapped up into something much more sinister.
I mean, supposedly they're not even letting her see her father, so...
Father's guarantor. I'm sure of that. It doesn't make any sense that she wouldn't be allowed to see him. And you guys saw her pay $2 million to a rep from the home?
Maybe that wasn't the entire bill. Maybe she still owes them money. And until she pays, they won't let her see her dad.
That's fucked up.
But it might be true. Nationwide, more than 1 out of every 5 people is elderly. And there are lots of crooked businesses trying to cash in on that. Even if an
I
establishment...
know that Japan's population is aging, so that's not far from the truth, probably.
I think I know what happened. They accepted her dad, told her she could pay the entry fee in installments, and then once he moved in, they wouldn't let her see him until she paid it off in full.
Why pull that shit?
Just to get her to pay it off quicker. They don't care what she has to do to earn it. They just want their money as soon as possible.
That's just so cruel.
Plenty of bastards in the world who do it without a second thought.
No wonder her health is bad. Who could deal with that kind of pressure?
See, now there's an example of someone being taken advantage of.
She'll lose income. She'll end up being late on her payments.
Damn. At that rate, she'll never get to see her dad.
Nope. And there's another thing that could happen that's even worse.
What's that?
Depending on what the contract says, if she misses a payment, they could kick her dad out and not return any of her money.
After she's been working herself to the bone just to pay them?
And honestly, who the hell knows if they're really providing good care in that place? Hardly anyone's allowed inside, so there's no oversight. That sounds to me like they can do whatever they damn well please, even to the residents who are paid up.
I don't understand how they get away with this shit.
If this guy becomes a pound mate, I will scream.
Please, none of us needs to understand it. All that matters is saving Nanoha's dad.
Boss, we can't save him. There's no way. Sure, we all want to, but... I mean, they won't even let the guy's own daughter in. The place is pretty much on lockdown. I just don't see a way around that.
I think I see a way around it.
What?
Boss, you okay with us working a second job?
Huh?
Oh, they're gonna apply.
The 3 of us could work at Sunlight Castle for a bit.
You want to infiltrate the place by getting jobs there?
How do we get them to hire us?
Well, we're sort of buddies with that guy Kanbei over at Hello Work. Let's get him to help us.
Yes! It's a great idea. I'll call Kanbei and make it happen. I think we can do this. We can save Nanoha's father.
Hell yeah. We got ourselves a rescue mission for next time, then. Cool. Man, this game is nuts.
It's a roller coaster.
This game is a fucking roller coaster of emotions. We've gone from just absolute insanity to high class drama to hilarity. It's a real emotional banquet is this game. I feel so many things when playing it. I'm having so much fun, guys. I'm having so much fun. I'm pissed that we're only doing this once a week. But 'tis be how it is. For now, at least.
Yeah, better to not burn ourselves out.
Exactly. I'm fine with doing it once a week. For now. So, yeah. That really wraps up our time here tonight, everyone. Thank you all very much for sticking with us tonight. Y'all have been fun. You've been funny as always. Thank you to Derps and Demos for the raids. I will thank you over on my Blue Sky account. But for now, who is live and who is raidable? Let's see here.
No one I know, unfortunately.
I got a few guys here. Oh, hey! Wait! My friend Faust is playing Judgment right now. So if anything, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Faust usually like streams for like a super long time anyways. So that will work out for us. That'll work out for us. Now, as usual, Let me get Long Boy Club love. That right there's the raid message. If you are subscribed, you can use this instead. Let me get it for you real quick. No. Long Boy Club love. If you are subscribed, there's your raid message right there. Okay, gotta go as work. I gotta go. I gotta to go tomorrow, so night. Okay, well, hold on. Let's start the raid here. Cool. Thank you all so much for joining us, and thank you, Nelson, for continuing to stick with me through this. This has been very fun, and it's been very, very fun to have you along for it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We'll be back to it next week, but until Thursday when we continue and probably finish WWE 2K24. I've been Giraffe Sev, president of the Long Boy Club, and when you are in the Long Boy Club, you're in it for life. For life. I'll see you all on Thursday. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Hey, everyone.